This is an introduction to programming in Stationeers. I'm also going to show you quickly how logic chips work in principle, though you will not use them so much as you will use programming once you can do it. And I will also show you how creative mode works, because I'm going to use that for the programming stuff that I'm going to show you later. The entire station here has been built in survival, and here we have a custom-made airlock which has its own programmed logic. And here we can see what that looks like in programming. This video is not edited, so excuse any mistakes or if things take a little longer. It's the holidays, dude. I'm a bit lazy. Forgive me. Anyway, I'm going to show you a bit what programming stuffs I've done here. This is just a standard airlock using large powered vents, so that makes it faster, and using explosive decompression. So yeah. But there's still ways to make that even faster if it were programmed, and particularly you could also trigger it by just walking in. You walk in, it toggles, you walk out, and that could be really fast. Anyway, so what programmed things do we have here? For example, this automatic door. Or this automatic light. These things could easily be done with logic chips, because it's just an if then else, you know. If there's some sensor trigger here, then open the door, and while the sensor trigger is not there, do not open the door. Same for the lights. Very easy, very simple. Yet I've done that also in programming, because, you know, once you can program in Stationeers, you're not going to touch the logic chips, plain and simple. They also have some downsides, the logic chips. They will not write the value that they're supposed to write, for example to the door or to the lights, all the time, but only when they feel the need to, aka only when their state changes. When they would write a 1, they will write a 1. When they would write a 1 again, they will not, because they know they have already written that. While when you do programming, you normally have a main loop where you're just doing the same thing again and again and again. And therefore, then you can make sure that the value will also be written again and again. That is often beneficial, and the logic chips can leave you in the dust there sometimes. Here's another program thing. I tossed something in here. The hidden shredder here will shred only during that time, and once it's eventually full, the hidden centrifuge here will get the materials, and then when it's done, it will spit that out, and then both devices will turn off again. That is certainly programming that is too complex for logic chips. You can probably do that with logic chips, but then you need a lot of them, and logic chips need a lot of space. Here we have the grow light, which is on a timer. I guess that can also be done with logic chips, but I mean, this video is about learning how to program in Stationeers. I will just touch the logic chips and creative mode in stride, not really in depth. Here we have another computer and some chips with programs on them. What has been programmed here, for example, is that here the arc furnace that you can see through that window here will automatically turn on if I toss something in here. Oh, let's just toss this in then, I mean, who cares? And it will also show what it is smelting, and it will show how long it will still take. I mean, this here will empty slowly. Normally I play with a smaller user interface scale to get more on the screen, and I already know what I would be looking at. I only need the indicator, I don't need to really study the details. But for you I've increased the scale so that tooltips primarily also have a larger scale. Well, and then we'll come raining in there. And then here we have a cooling system that will sense the station temperature and will then pump some gas, some nitrogen from here with a turbo volume pump into this pipe and measure what's going on, and later pump that out again. That is also on a level that is too complex really, reasonably, for logic chips. And here we have a thing that's also very complex. I can just refill my oxygen by swapping that out here. It will fill that up and make sure that it doesn't overpressurize. I can even put the small tank in here, and it will immediately reduce the pressure here to make sure that it doesn't take damage, because that would now have too much pressure, you know. I can also flip a switch, this here, to make sure that it pumps the thing empty, in case I have a waste tank here that already contains some stuff, which will also then make sure that this pipe is not polluted. Then anyway, if I remove that... Oh, I thought it would now pump that out. Okay, whatever. And then one of the more important things that are programmed here, the batteries. I can see how full my batteries are overall, and you could easily do that with logic chips, because it is just a batch read from all these batteries combined, and then you show that number on an LED device. That's really easily done. 2, 3, maybe 4 chips, then you're done. But the most important or most interesting thing is, of course, automatic solar panel orientation. And that can indeed be done. What's happening to my frame rate? Can indeed be done with just logic chips. It needs a few because of the math involved. Sometimes you have to add 90 degrees or something like that. But it's relatively simple still. And then here we have my deep mining facility, which will automatically turn on these centrifuges if there is something for them to work on. And when they're done, it will empty them and will close them again so that they are ready for the next task. And this thing is automatically turned on to smelt stuff. This one will stack things. I think this one is not programmed. Yeah, and here then I get all the 500 size iron ingots. And finally, here we can see the base power that you already saw as a number, like 45% or whatever. Here we can see that as a progress bar, because that's what that does. Here I can see from all corners of my station how much power this station still has. Yeah, and here I have a fuel system. This one will be filled with oxygen, this one will be filled with volatiles, which is a complex process because I have 2 different sources, and then I can use both of these with pumps to get a proper fuel mix. And here we have some automatic adjustment of how much of this or how much of that is coming in, which will slowly fade over time. Here we have some graph that shows that. That goes definitely beyond what you would do with logic chips. But okay, so much for the intro. Now let's deal with creative mode, logic chips, and then finally programming. I will do this on Mimus, because since we're using creative mode, I can just conjure power if I need it. So, and it feels like, I don't know, secluded and private, so we can program here without the rest of the solar system taking notice. So I will choose creative mode here, but you can also do that while you're already in a game. I will show you that also. And starting gear doesn't really matter, because we're going to use creative mode. So in creative mode, you can press a key, which you can check in the menu, to open a list of items that you can spawn. Here, check your controls. Mine are different, so you have to check your own. And right here at the bottom we have the creative panel. We only need the dynamic panel, which is the list of items that you can spawn. And you only need the spawn key. These two. The rest you don't need. This one will spawn the item that you've selected here, and here you select the item. But here you will also have a button to immediately spawn, so you don't really need this unconditionally, but in practice you need both of these. So, before we start with creative and logic and programming, a few words on the console. There's a lot of... if you press F3... Okay, first of all, this is not an introduction to Stationeers per se. you need to be able to play Stationeers and use the user interface already if you want to do something with this video here. So if you press F3, you will get the console. You can also check that or set that in your settings, like I just showed you. Then we have the help, which shows you all the commands, and I only use like 10 of these. One of, for example, this relatively obscure, I guess, is window height. Now I only have this and this many lines of console visible at the same time, so that's neat. Then I will use orbit, which shows you the current orbital parameters. The most important one is timescale. You can see here we have 0.3 something. Let me just change that. Orbit timescale 0. Oh, actually, let's say 3, which is 10 times that value. Then you see immediately everything is happening faster, 10 times faster. In other words, if you want to get out of that ridiculous 20 minutes day-night cycle scale, you can do 0.03. Now we have, instead of 20 minutes, 200 minutes day-night cycle. But beware, your plants will stay on their 20-minute logic, and they still need brightness, they still need light and darkness, and so you need to protect them from the sun, which will otherwise burn them too much, and you need to give them their own plant light rhythm. So I will set that to 0 because I don't want to worry about the orbital sun speed and so forth at all here. There was one console thing that I want to show you. The other console thing is thing spawn, which you can do in creative mode and you can do that in normal mode. Let me show you. Let's say I want the authoring tool. That's the one. That's the one I haven't yet talked about. And I will show you what it does. This one is basically indispensable for creative mode. And now I click on the name of the thing, like you can do with any other item here. And so it's copied to the clipboard. Like you could also copy this number to the clipboard, and what that number is good for I will show you later. Anyway, now we have the name in the clipboard. And now I say here in the console, thing spawn paste, Control V. And there it is. And you can do that even in normal mode. Only in normal mode I don't think this thing is very useful. It still has its creative mode features, but you cannot select anything to spawn with it. You could just build and unbuild things and copy them, I guess. I haven't really tried that deeply. It did seem prudent. So, and now we have that thing, and that's not what you have to do. I just use that as an example to show you what you can do with the console. Okay? Now, I will push the button that opens my creative menu. There we go. Whatever button that is for you, you have to look up /define. Here you can see all the things you could potentially spawn. And here you could type, for example, authoring. Wait, why can I not click here? Ah, yeah. I don't know. I have to click to the left here. Authoring. There we go. And when I click here, that selects that thing. So if I want to push the spawn button, there, I just spawned all of these. And I can also just click here directly to spawn that one time. But that is not the way you would often really use this in creative mode, because let's go to frames. In creative mode, of course, I use steel frames because they're more cool and more advanced. Now I select them and I press F9. Or I go in the menu and click here, which spawns them also, same effect. And what I get then here is the frames, obviously. Oh, are we not close to the ground here? Oh, it's a bit unfortunate. I would have wished that to stick out of the ground a bit. Anyway, if I build them now, I still have to complete them in the usual way. But that's not the way you would want to do that here in creative mode. I still have the steel frame selected. Because, like, if I spawn this here, for example, this will also select it. So if I press the spawn button afterwards, it will spawn this. So you can select what you would spawn next by either clicking here which is the idea, or by clicking here, which spawns it immediately, but also the next thing that you spawn with the hotkey will also spawn this. Anyway, now I've selected the steel frames, and I can click the right mouse button here with the authoring tool in hand, and then I can just place them. And look how fast that is. There's no progress bar that slowly builds them. Also, you can use the authoring tool to complete them. Yeah, that's a new build state that we have been having for like a couple of weeks now, where the steel frames can actually be built to a fourth state. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can see there's a long, slow progress bar if I'm about to unbuild it again. So that's very convenient and easy. That's how you use creative mode, and that's how you can spawn in things with creative mode, and how you can spawn things in with the console. This does not require creative mode, but this does. There, I've given us some space to build here. Now you would have to complete all of these. But you don't actually have to, because another console command that is interesting. Structure, complete all. And as you can see, it completes the steel frames to the fourth state. So if you have a station where you have built everything to the third state, which is this one, and you don't want to go to the fourth state, then you cannot use that command. Also, it has one downside that I know of, apart from this here maybe. I mean, depends if you consider this to be a downside. If you use the new computers, the big screens, which have on the right side the slot for the motherboard, for whatever reason, the motherboard will be excreted. It will but just be leaning into in that slot. So that's a bug. It has of course already been reported, but I mean, the devs have many things to do, and they don't jump when we say, you know. Okay. Now let's say I would select something else in the build menu. This, for example. A frame sign. What does it do? Well, these are also pretty new. And let's say I want to continue building frames. I could just go in here, but the authoring tool has another function. There's a hotkey. I don't know which one it is for you, so you have to look that up. There's only like 3-4 different hotkeys that you can use. You can use R to rotate. I use R to rotate, auto-rotate stuff. For you that might be C, and so you might have to press C here to achieve this effect, which I'm achieving with R. I can go into the delete mode, so that I can make sure that these things go away. But anyway, if I want to build if I press the spawn button again, we get this again, because that's still selected. And by the way, you cannot use the right mouse button with the authoring tool here for that stuff, because it's just a kit that you want to drop. You can only construct with your authoring tool. So I'm using my hotkey again. For you that might be C, for me that's R. But there's another one. F in my case, in yours probably also, I guess, where I can copy. And then, look, then that is basically, I'm sampling a color, so to speak, except it's not a color, it's an object type. I think that is all on the matter of creative mode. One of the big benefits of the creative mode is that your jetpack will not consume any fuel, but your battery will just be used normally. So what people then usually resort to is to spawn nuclear batteries. I will use some of these later. Also, while it's absolutely not creative mode related, the spray guns make the use of the spray paint so much more effective. You can just run over the floor and spray paint everything instantly instead of having to wait for any kind of progress bar. So that's what I recommend. Well, as you can see, using the structure complete all command here would probably be pretty effective. So let's do that then. Pop. Yep. Oh, I didn't expect the airlock to be visible here through the small. Have to use different ones then. There. Instead of using the what is it even? The reinforced kit, reinforced window composite steel, reinforced window composite, or reinforced wall. Instead of using those, I just use the flat wall. Nicely, the authoring tool also shows you what you're actually looking at. And also, maybe you see that little number there, 2015, 1596, and so forth. Every object in the game has its own unique identifier. That is how it's being managed by the game engine. And interestingly, that's also how you sometimes address them. I will show you that soon. Okay. That airlock isn't yet useful, but at least it's prepared. We should now have a space here that, well, that is hermetically sealed. But we still have a vacuum. Here, that's kind of the routine that you go through when you do such a creative build. You toss a lot of nuclear batteries on the ground, all the spray guns and the spray paints, that's 12 each. Then the hard suit jetpack, 2 tool belts Mark II, the labeler, the audio tools from your tool belt, the heavy mining drill, and the arc welder actually. Where is it? There it is. I mean, just if you want to strive for perfection and maximizing everything, it's not necessary at all. There, now everything has a nuclear battery. We have all the tools. I have 2 tool belts Mark II because they have a lot of space. One of them I will use for all the colors. Here are the colors. I spray painted the spray guns. And what will we do with all the extra nuclear batteries? We can use them to light the place up a little. I mean, the light doesn't reach far, but it feels better with some actual light source in here instead of using the flashlight all the time. By the way, 2 more tips. 1. This thing seems to be awfully light. What's happening? If I jump, I'm also awfully light. This indicates that this room doesn't actually yet count as a room, which your Atmos tablet will also tell you. Well, I just realized that I forgot to close this one here. So let's use the right hotkey, copy. Then I must say, sadly, the Stationeers Rocketworks team has not yet made it so that what you sample with the authoring tool will be the actual type of wall of the kit. You will still have to select that yourself, and that's disappointing. Okay, now I have some gravitas. And the second tip, if I'm zipping around in here, which is much faster with the hard suit jetpack, that's not yet as fast as it can go. If you open this up and increase your thrust, which you can see on the right side here, to the maximum, I actually assumed that would be faster. What you can definitely do is you can go much slower, much more down, and then use that for nice camera movements. There, now I feel dressed for the occasion. I also gave myself the commander uniform because it just looks nicer. Mostly dark. And, well, some credit cards, not that I need them. If you take a credit card, wherever you find it, in a different uniform or whatever, and you drag it onto an existing one, you will add up what's in there. And then they vanish, of course. Only the numbers stay. I deleted the food that I had here because I don't need it. because in creative mode you don't consume any food, and you can also not suffocate. It will tell you can, but you can't. People in creative mode usually give themselves the Mark II tools because that feels more advanced or whatever, and also when it's really hot around that might actually be productive so they don't burn up or whatever. But I keep the basic ones because they have simpler forms. They express more purely what they are instead of all that visual extra stuff. And I spray painted them red because black isn't so nicely visible here. And as you can see, I also reduced the scale of my user interface here, so more things fit on screen. The extra nuclears, I put them here. Alrighty, so now that we have a hall that we can play in, I don't have any oxygen yet. What can we do about that? There are two ways to do that. One, that is kind of a hack, which might not necessarily work every time in the future if they change something, is I'm looking for the oxygen tank here, and I spawn one of them. I can't? That's weird. So select and then press the spawn button. There we go. I don't know why I couldn't spawn that with the plus key, with a plus button. So if I now delete this, you can see that the oxygen that was in there will be released. So the same happens also when you delete a furnace with the creative tool. The content will be excreted, just like when you deconstruct it in normal gameplay. So if I want some oxygen in here, we currently have 2 kilopascals, I will just spawn some of these and delete them. That's one way to do it. Don't do that too quickly, as you get too much pressure here and then you get damage, and then you need the duct tape because it's inelegant, and then you have the damage progress bars here. That feels wrong. So there's one way to do it. Now we get to the other way, which also where these numbers come in that you can see in the now sadly a bit smaller tooltips. I can already open the helmet, because 20 kilopascals partial pressure is enough. What does partial pressure mean? Well, it means currently we have 100% oxygen in here, and so the partial pressure of 20 kilopascals is just an actual pressure of the environment of 20 kilopascals. But if, for example, only 50% of the gas in here would be oxygen, then the pressure in here would have to be 40 kilopascals at least, so that we have a partial pressure of 20 kilopascals oxygen. So how else could we get some gas in here? With the add gas command, which is available to you even in non-creative mode. I will now spawn a passive vent. Maybe there are better ways to do this, but this worked for me, so I place it somewhere. And then you can see here a number, 2959, which you can actually also see with the Atmos tablet. Maybe I should have given myself some tablets, huh? By the way, if you see here the order of colors that I have, I think that's the optimal order. We have nice transitions, the color types are together, it's basically the perfect gradient. Of course you can mirror it or whatever, but otherwise the internal logic, I think this is optimal. So Atmos, cartridge, we might also need the cable analyzer, the network analyzer, of course. And do I have some more nuclear batteries? I do. You can actually program the tablet also later. I mean, we don't need this, not right now, because it has a chip slot. And you can even remotely connect to them with a logic transmitter and program them that way, so the chip would be here in the station while the tablet still acts and reacts as if there would be a programmed chip in here. And that can be useful because there's no hotkey yet. IC10 gives you the chip. There's no hotkey yet to toggle that. Neither is there a hotkey to change the heavy mining drill mode, or a hotkey to change the liquid vacuum with which you can suck up some water and put it back here if you wish to toggle that. That's really sad that Rocketworks hasn't yet done that, and I I cannot say that I accept it. I mean, I'm saying I'm accusing them of that, basically. Because the prioritization is sometimes really off, and in this case it really is. Anyway, so now with that out of the way, which one is the Atmos tablet? This one. Yeah, if it's Atmos, then maybe I should express that as atmosphere. So we'll use an expressive color for air, maybe. And now we can also look here. Oh. Yeah, it's useful to program this because I program mine nowadays that whenever I turn it off, it switches to the other cartridge. So that can sometimes be annoying when I want to look at something, but I just turn it off and turn it on again, then I have the other cartridge. That's a crutch, of course, but it's a working one. So I can see now what room I'm in, and since it's a room, yeah, no wonder that we have proper gravity. It's just how the game handles it, because the window is now closed. And here we can see 2960, and when I look at this here with the wand, with the authoring tool, I see 2959. I don't quite, actually I didn't expect this, but I think I understand why that is. This thing is the thing in the world, 2959. And this thing is the pipe network. That's the volume. So I guess if the game spawns this object, when you build it somewhere, the logic of it being able to contain some gas, well, that data, the gas, needs to be stored somewhere. And that is, if you look at the save files, XML data, indeed still a different kind of set of data. So we have 2959 plus 1 is 2960. So that's the 2960 that we see. It doesn't matter really. If I want to now add some gas to this thing, I can use this number or I can use that number. Both will work. 2960. So let's use the add gas command. Add gas oxygen 2959. How much do I want? Let's say 100 moles. Oh, you didn't hear that, I guess. Let me turn that up. Let me make that stronger. Yep, and now we'll try 2960, which the tablet showed us. And the same works. So it doesn't matter. If you see the number here with the authoring tool, or if you see the number here with the tablet, you can use either of these. And how does the add gas command really work? Well, you can use the add gas, and the upper lowercase in the console really matters. So otherwise, if I do this, for example, oh, okay, that's new. My experience is that it does matter, so they must have changed this. Fine. I can also add liquid oxygen. And liquid isn't good for a gas container, so this thing is now damaged. Not that it really matters. You can see the stress here, the gas is coming out. And since it's liquid oxygen, it will of course immediately evaporate and thus also cool things down. You can see here the temperature is very low because we are currently heating up again from the environment. But okay, I'm beginning to explain Stationeers in general instead of the things that I wanted to explain. So you can say what gas you want, then you have to say where that gas goes, which is the identity number, then you say how many moles you want, and the temperature, what will that be? It will be 20 degrees Celsius, which is 293.15. So I just did the same as if this wouldn't have been written here. If I do this, I will actually use 0 Kelvin, which is very cold. It's as cold as it gets.
Temperature critical.
And now I'm pretty much... I have a cold now.
Temperature low.
So in this way you can regulate your station temperature when you're in creative or when you want to fuck around. Wow, this thing is probably very damaged. 62%, 63%. There's some ice in there, I guess. I know it evaporated, I guess. So if I want to heat things up, what I can do is I can just say, let's spawn 1 mole, which is very little, but very, 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 very hot.
Temperature critical. Suit damage. Temperature high. Temperature critical.
That was too much. Way too much. So let's spawn 1000 with 0. And And now we see that cooling is indeed a magical thing. Heat is the thing that has energy. Cold doesn't have energy. Cold doesn't have energy. You can cast cold at something and it immediately becomes cold. I cannot give it a negative temperature. The heat that I can add here, like 100,000 or 100 million, that will just be there. The cold is just not that strong because it's limited. I can still do that same thing. I can still use this.
Waste tank caution.
You see that still works,
critical.
even though that thing is broken.
Temperature high. Temperature critical. Temperature critical. Temperature high. Temperature critical.
Well, these are typical creative mode experiences if you're playing around like this.
High.
Hey, here we have some liquid oxygen, I believe.
Temperature high.
Yep, liquid O2.
Waste tank critical.
Oh yeah, the waste tank is still a thing. Not that you need to worry about it, because you cannot suffocate.
Temperature critical.
There's another thing interesting about creative mode. We also have, come on, an object in here that cannot be bought or spawned in the normal mode, which is the high volume gas canister. Which is actually interesting here, because the problem with your spacesuit, as you know, as a stationeer who can't yet program, is the volume. Here is the pressure. Here we have a volume of 64 liters, and here we have a volume of 83 liters, which is somewhat bigger, 1.5 times ish. Still, the max pressure here is 4 megapascals, and then it just stops. But now it will take longer to get there, because we have more volume in which to put the gas. Delete. And of course a smart canister here can make sense. There's something interesting about the smart canisters. Let's see, what is the number here? 2993, 2995. Interesting, this is probably also the object and the gas, the atmosphere is what that is called, where the data is stored. Else it would be just incremental, 2993, 2994, but it's not. So, what's the temperature? 30 degrees? Temperature is kind of fine. 2993, 2995, 2993, and the interesting thing is that if I just add 500, that fits exactly. Oxygen 2995 fits exactly. Here now we have 19 megapascals, which is a reasonable way to fill them. 20 is the limit.
Air tank critical. Jetpack critical.
So that makes that look more neat. Oh yeah, and I would need duct tape now. There, now we have atmosphere in here at good pressure, 70 kilopascals. It's almost pure oxygen. There's some pollutant in here for me spray painting my things. And temperature is fine. So that's how you can do that, how you can regulate that. And this guy is no longer needed. Oh, and while we're at it, let me show you the spray painting experience of the spray gun, which is really something else. Look, this is how fast that is. As opposed to, okay, my normal scale is 50. I hope that won't be too small for the tooltips. There we go. As opposed to this, which will also, I mean, you can see it, 63%, 58%, 53%. It uses a lot more paint and will also pollute the environment much more, whereas this uses almost no paint. So 68% black left. I had to spawn a second can, else that wouldn't have been enough. I spray painted everything black now. Oh, did you know? You can spray paint these guys too. Then you will have the respective color of light. Even though that looks like shit, but you know. So that's one of the interesting things that you can spawn here, the waste tank with a high volume. Another thing that you can spawn, and you can actually get that in the game too, is the catalytic filters. These never run out. So I want to make myself one of this, that, pollutant, volatiles. It's just, you know, it doesn't have any purpose here. I'm in creative mode, I'm playing around. But I want the absolute luxury, and I want to show you that.
Filter critical.
These will never run out. And the chip here, what's that good for? Well, you can program your suit too, that it reacts to the environment. If the pressure is too low, you can make sure that the helmet closes automatically, or opens once you're inside your station and once there's no pollutant around us, stuff like that. And now the last thing that is interesting to spawn in creative, the RTG, the radioisotopic generator. We have two of these, the Arcade RTG, which is for survival mode, but it doesn't occur in survival these years. It produces 800 watts, I believe, or 600, and the creative one produces 4000 watts. And I just want to place one of these. Or multiple. Then some lights. And then you have the choice, will you use the cable, the thin one, or the heavy one? But nowadays we even have this one, the super heavy cable, also very new, which can withstand 500,000 watts. Yeah, so that's how you play creative mode, and now we have seen enough on that. Now I will switch over to logic chips. Here I placed some flat walls on the ground, so that you can see how nicely it covers the cables. Looks exactly like the steel box, but it's elevated like all walls would be if you place them on a frame. So the cables would be covered by that. Then I put up some lights, and if you don't want to use a flashlight the whole time, in the real game and also here in creative, you can just put one of these portable lights in your inventory and then walk around like that. But I don't do that because it subtracts the need for putting some lights up, because wherever you go it will always be lit, even in here. No light, but now it's lit. Also, depending on what gear you're wearing, you will be casting some shadows. And depending on where in your inventory you place the light. So that's what I don't do, because that kills part of the engineering that the game has. The lights are beautiful in the game, but you won't need them if you're just the torch that lights the world wherever you are. So I don't use those. It's kind of like using coal from deep miners to fuel your entire station, which is fine, I guess. But it subtracts a lot of engineering from the game. Okay, then here we have cables. That's still kind of a creative trick. It's not related to creative, but to building and coloring things. If you have some cables here and I have some cables there and they have a different color, then depending on which order I use, that's the color I will get. So if I want more black cables, I take the cables, the black cables, and I drag whatever other color I might have onto them. They will then also become black. And if I want to get rid of all the colors, I can just use this. Well, and the creative tool, where is it? Oh, there it is in my hand. You can also lay cables with it, like you've seen. And when you do that, then you don't have to worry about holding the Wire cutter, in the other hand, the creative tool will do it all. The big downside is that you would have to spray paint them if you want a different color than red. And I don't quite agree that Rocketworks always implements something, but only half-assed, and then they move on for 3.5 years. I mean, why can I not sample this thing here and will then have not just the kit, but also this particular mouse wheel selection, that type, that thing of the kit, and also the color that I sampled here? Why is that not the case? Same for cables. That's just sad, man. Anyway, so I just made this airlock here, and I want to light it up automatically with logic chips. You can see we already have some light in here from the sun and from the airlock doors themselves, which are pretty cool. This wider airlock door is also relatively new, it's like 3 months old maybe. What you normally do here when you put up the console, because this will just be a normal airlock, even though it uses these big ballsy vents and is such a big one instead of just one cell, you can just use a normal airlock console. So a console with with an airlock chip in it, or an advanced airlock chip, which of course everybody prefers, since here you can set the repressurization values, which allows you to just open this to the vacuum, which makes it instant instead of having to wait for the pumps to pump gas in. That's another can of worms. That's not the topic of this video. Anyway, then you can complete this, which you would normally do with a glass sheet. And these days you don't need the disc anymore, you can just use the screwdriver, and turn it on. And what you normally do is that you use a console with one connector, but the kit console has multiple variants, the diagonal screen for example, but I use the second console which has 2 connectors, because normally we routine stationeers, we are not even aware how nicely luxurious it is that we have these devices with where everything is on one connector, where we would put the entire airlock on the same cable, where that's one thing. Maybe you know how to build an airlock in Stationeers, but since we're talking about programming and logic chips here, I assume you don't know that kind of stuff yet. So devices have 2 connectors, some of them. Here the power connector, you can see that in the tooltip. And here the logic connector, data and power. Every device has that, except here also, except the lights, for example, here, they have that combined. I don't know why I cannot see this right now. Maybe there's actually no tooltip implemented for this. Doesn't matter. Many devices will have only one connector, and that means that their power and data are combined. Or here, the gas sensors, which are nowadays spray paintable, as you can see, they only have data connection. They don't need power. But I'm saying every device has a data connector, and if that is not a separate one, like here, then it will just be one with a power connector. There will always be a data connection. And here, which I normally don't do, I use the AIRLOCK console with 2 connectors. The power is coming in here, and here we have the data connection. I used white for all the AIRLOCK logic. And then we go to the doors, which also have a logic connection. And well, the power, I didn't want to cross it. I don't know if I could have crossed it here. I mean, if I connect this cable network with this one, would this cause a short? I don't think so. But why would I do that? I couldn't. I mean, I explicitly chose to use this console with a separate connector, so I want to keep the cable network separate. And why should we not look at the necessities for that? So here I could have done that overground, but underground, of course, is more elegant. Then you don't have a cable reaching into the room. That's the power connection. Power connection for the large powered vents. Yeah. And well, if you have an AIRLOCK that is not just one cell big, but multiple, then you need multiple gas sensors. Because else, let's say there would be a gas sensor here in this cell. Then then the AIRLOCK will use the large powered vent to pump the AIRLOCK empty. This here will be immediately empty because this thing is so powerful, and the AIRLOCK will then think, okay, the room is evacuated. So that doesn't work. You would have to use the gas sensors over here. Basically, I think I could have just let this one out. These are not necessary because the gas will, if at all, still be here. And if there's no more gas here, then we're really evacuated. But I just put some gas sensor in every cell. And yes, you can even assign them all with a standard AIRLOCK chip. Oh, which one is which? Cannot interact, currently locked, but that's the wrong one. Why is it scrolling? What stupid shit is this? Is this one now locked? Yep, that's the exterior one. Good. Interior, and then I assign all the gas sensors somehow, despite the user interface actively fighting me. So gas sensors have been selected, vents have been selected, and then I need the two doors also. This one is locked, exterior, interior, done. No repressurization value, and then we should have a nicely working fast AIRLOCK, and as you know, you can turn this one off even. This one doesn't have to be on, saves you 50 watts.
Low pressure. Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
By the way, it took quite some time to get all these colors and toolbars and so forth, all of that set up, which is not necessary for creative, you know, but it's convenient and it feels good. And so I recommend that you basically prepare that and then you save that save game somewhere as you make a copy, so that you can always start with this empty, already prepared world if you want to do some creative work. Alrighty, so I will now enter the station and the lights do not turn on. Why not? Because there's no power yet for them and they are not yet controlled to do that. How can we do that then? This will be yet another cable network. These ones have power and logic combined, but I want to keep power and logic separate, so I want to do that. I have to do it like this then. See, normally you would use the console that has both things on the same connector, so it could just connect these cables, and then this one could also be done on the same cable network still, though normally you would just keep that separate. The AIRLOCK cable network, which is normally powered by an APC, by an area power controller, would be separate from everything, because an AIRLOCK that is not functional is killer. That's a murder for your station. Anyway, so now I have these lights here, which are connected with each other, but they don't have power yet and they don't have logic yet. So next thing, we want them to turn on when I enter the room. So I would select the kit sensors, and let's go through that while we're at it. This is the gas sensor, obviously. Then we have the occupancy sensor, that's the one we need here, that finds out whether someone is occupying the room that we're in. Then we have the proximity sensor, which is a distance thing. It even has a wheel where you can set the distance. You can also program the distance with logic. And if you're close enough, then this thing will fire and will turn green like this to indicate that it's currently active. Very useful for debugging. Then we have the daylight sensor, which detects whether daylight is in the particular grid, or it knows what the angle of the sun is vertically and horizontally, which is used for solar panel control. You can use that same value and just write them into the solar panels. You might have to rotate them though, easily by adding 90 degrees, 180, or subtracting them, or maybe subtracting the angle from 90 or 180, stuff like that. But conceptually it's very simple. And then we have the motion sensor, which detects whether someone is in that particular area, in the particular slot. Now it's on, now it's off, but the occupancy sensor is still firing because I'm still in that same room. Okay, so we have an occupancy sensor. Now to control the lights with logic chips, and again, this is actually about programming, but this long lead up will cover a lot of things. Creative, cable coloring, how to get some atmosphere in here, and logic chips. So that's where we are right now, logic chips. So what I need now is I need to read, is this thing currently firing? And this information then I need to turn into the on-off information for the lights. And of course I also need power. Let's look at the logic chips. In the Stationpedia with F1, you know that up here, right? F1. There's a section about all the logic devices, so that gives you some overview of what exists. And some kits, I mean, one kit can have 3 or 4 or 5 of these at once. And what we now need is logic. So what do we find? Switch, logic reader, and so forth and so on. But there's also the kit logic processor, I believe. Isn't there? Okay, let's just read one of those. Take one of those then. And click down here to get to its kit. The kit logic I/O. That's the one that we need now. The logic reader will allow us to read whether the occupancy sensor is firing. The logic writer will allow us to write to one device, to write one value to one device. Could, for example, open the door automatically. But we want to write to many devices, so we need the batch writer, which writes to many devices of the same type. The batch reader does the same thing. I could read, for example, 10 doors, and then I would know, are all of them open, are all of them closed. But there's a little catch here. The writer can obviously just say, hey, all of your doors be open or be closed. Simple. But the reader might be confronted with some doors being open and some doors being closed. You can see here there are 1, 2, 3 screws, but the batch writer has, interestingly, also 1, 2, 3 screws. Bit confused. Anyway, with the batch reader, one of the screws configures what to do with the multiple values. Are they supposed to be added together? Or is this thing supposed to use the maximum? So if 3 doors are closed and 1 is open, it will just read open. Or minimum, so if 3 doors are closed and 1 is open, it will read closed. Or the average, which is also possible. Which is interesting when you, for example, batch reading from a bunch of station batteries. Then you get the average ratio, and then you know how full your overall station power is. Be careful though, if you have 2 different types of batteries, then of course you need 2 different batch readers, because you select the device type from which you are reading here, and the different battery type is obviously a different device type. But not only that, but also, if you now have the 2 values, that doesn't allow you to make a statement about your overall station power. Because if you have, for example, let's say you have 1000 large batteries and they're all full, and you have one small battery and it is empty. So from the small batteries you will read overall the average 0, and from the large batteries you will read overall the average 1, as in full. How do you combine the 2 of them? You cannot do that in any meaningful way. For example, the average would tell you you have 50% station power. Really? You have like 99.9% station power in reality? So what you would have to do there really is you would have to add all the capacities together and do some math. The logic chips that's really beyond the scope of the logic chips. You can do it with them, but then you need a whole room for them, and all the cables in between is crazy. Okay, so I will now use the kit logic I/O right from the creative menu. I/O logic doesn't work. Okay, logic. What do we have here? The IC housing, which we'll need later for programming. The kit logic I/O logic memory are also very useful. What does it do? You can write a value to it, and that's the value it will have, and that you can later read. Or a different device could read that from here. Like a bridge, even between cable networks, because it has multiple connectors, like many of these chips have. And you can also just set it with a screwdriver to like 15, for example, just if you want to give your chips the information 15. Where's that coming from? Just from your logic memory chip that you have manually set. Then there's a logic processor, which has stuff like adding and subtracting and multiplying math units, basically. Then we have the kit logic switch, which is a switch in a logic chip, so you can directly switch on the lights. Basically, that's a logic writer combined with a switch. The logic transmitter, which can connect to the hard suit, which can connect to the advanced tablet, which can connect to another kit, to another logic transmitter, and it can connect to the rover, I believe. I don't know if it can do anything meaningful there, and I believe it can connect to Amy, the robot that can roam around. But now we need the logic I/O. So what do we have here? The logic reader, we need this to read whether the sensor is firing. The logic writer to write to one device, like I said. Then the batch writer, like I said, write the same value to multiple devices. Then the logic mirror, which allows you to read a logic value, actually to read, to assign a device with the screw down there. That will be coming in from the left, and on the right you can then access that device. What is that good for? Well, multiple cable networks. On the left can be one cable network, on the right can be another. That's the sole purpose of this thing. Then we have the slot reader, which for example allows you to read from the arc furnace whether something has been inserted. So you could automate your arc furnace with this, but it's really much more meaningful to do that with programming. The logic chips work, they're nice, but programming is really the way to go. That's what this video is about, or will be about. The batch reader, here you can see one screw tells you the method that is used, adding, average, minimum and maximum, like I said. And then we have the reagent reader, which I have never used and I don't know what it does. It's for reagents, for like the gold in the gold ingot, for the material in manufacturing, stuff like that. And the batch slot reader is the same as the slot reader, except you can read from multiple devices at once. Interesting. Right, this is the switch that writes directly. The kit logic switch is actually something else. Well, let's look at those two, because since I told you wrong information there, let's correct that. Hello? Logic switch. Yeah, that's just the switches. This one for turning on and off, and sadly you cannot see which it is, on or off. You cannot see that there's no indication. So you have to remember that and maybe orient it on the wall accordingly, because I mean both connectors are identical in principle. But this thing allows you also to separate cable networks. Two cable networks can access this thing simultaneously without those cable networks somehow being be connected. That is a lever. That's the one I normally use because you can clearly see whether it's on or off. You have to pull it out for it to be on. There's the button, which just gives you one impulse for one game tick. And this dial allows you to set a value, and the screws allow you to set the range. And here we have the important button, which has a lid that you can have to open first, so that you can push the button. The button otherwise is kind of like this one impulse. And you can even lock this, this lid, so you cannot access it. Yeah, those were the logic switches. Okay, let's do the logic finally. Kit logic I/O. What we need is certainly a logic reader to find out what's in there. The logic reader. Now you will see a slot reader. No, the batch reader. No, where is it? Logic reader. Now you will see we have 3 connectors here, and they have arrows. One connector on the left, that is for the input, the right is for the output. You can connect both of them to the same cable network, but of course you must make sure that whatever is coming in from the left will have the device from which you intend to read. Yeah, and there it begins. I mean, the IC housing for the IC chip that you can program has 2 connectors or 1 connector depending on which item of the kit you use. And it's very compact, no problem to place. You can place 8 of these on one of these walls meaningfully indeed. But now I will have to play the Tetris game of placing these guys correctly, particularly in this already pretty crowded place. Alright. Cable? Where is the cable? Did I not have a cable? I had a cable. Where is the cable? Oh, there it is. We don't have any power yet. I will put that here on the left. Another RTG. Logic chips consume 10 watts each, and and it's not yet power connected. And you would do well not to turn them on until you have configured them. Because the logic writer, for example, imagine you were switching through all the devices that you want to write to while this thing is on. It will write to each and every device. And then later you wonder, why is this thing behaving like this? Yeah, because you programmed all of them to do that, sleepwalking the way you did. So it's flashing an error because it has not been set up correctly. Now we have to select which device to read from. I can, if I click now with a mouse, I will switch to the occupancy sensor, as you can see. And the next one will be the wall light. And another wall light and so forth. So on the right you see what will be selected next. On the left will be what you're actually reading from. And that's a trap. It's useful, it's helpful, but you can also, you know, be confused here. So make sure that you take an extra look here. What's selected is the occupancy sensor. Which value do we choose to read from it? Well, we want to choose activate. Yep. We also have the quantity, aka how many people are in there. And the prefab hash, I'm not going to go into all of those now, that is for later, for programming. Stack size, activate. Now what is selected as second look? Activated occupancy sensor. This thing now knows whether we're in here. And we can see here the tooltip of the device server itself is saying occupancy sensor.activate equals 1. And if I would be out here, it would say equals 0, which I can't see, it's too far away. Now what we want to do is we want to write this very value to all the lights. So we need one more chip, only one. It's really that simple. The information is here on this side. If you connect it with the rest of the cable network, then it's of course everywhere. Let's see how I have to cable that up. Sample. And then we need the batch writer. There it is, batch writer. Information will be coming in from the left, and then I need to connect that to the... Oh, that's fortunate. We can actually use that like this. Batch writer. Okay, the batch writer would now write to this cable network here, the blue one, where all the lights are connected. Now I'll connect this also, and we need power. And to make a point, I will go to the right here, and the point is that by connecting it to the lights here, I have also connected it to the power, because that's how that whole thing is wired here. Okay, now I want to write to all the lights. First I have to select where the data is coming from. Logic reader. And that's the only thing I can select. I could also select logic memory if there would be one somewhere here, or maybe one or two other potential devices. But the chips, they're very particular. The logic reader, you can select arbitrary devices to read from. The batch writer and other such chips, they want a logic value, a 1 or a 0, period. End of story. And therefore they only allow you to select some certain devices. So the logic reader has been selected. What do I want to write to? I want to write to any and all logic readers, any and all batch writers, any and all wall lights long wide, and that's it. That's the things that I can select. Nothing else is here on this network. See, this thing selects not one device, it selects a device type, since it's a batch writer, very obviously. So wall light has been selected, the input is the logic reader. Now what do I want to write to? Whether they're locked, so I can operate them manually? No. Whether they're on? See, that's one of those traps. If this thing would already be on, I would already be programming the lock value, and then you might actually end up in a situation where you even die because, no, I cannot do this. Why does the device not work? So don't have that thing on while you're configuring it. So now we have selected the wall light long white and the value on, and we're getting that information from here, and let there be light. Now we have some automatic lights in here with logic chips. And I think that's all I have to say on the matter of logic chips, for I have explained a few things, I've demonstrated a few things, you have seen some intricacies, you have also seen how annoying this can be. Having to place them like this takes a lot of space, this cable coming in from there, that cable coming in from there. It's fun, it's interesting, and it's for beginners who don't know programming yet. But you know what? This is an introduction to Stationeers programming, and it will be an introduction for people who have never programmed in their life. So, let's do that then. Go into programming directly. Do not go over Go. Do not pass over Go. Go directly to programming. I will of course start with the very basics and show you some simple examples, but ultimately the question is, when you're in your station and you have the ability to program, what is it then that you want to program? And one of the first things you probably want to program or automate is cooling. And so here I just added some excessive and unnecessarily decorative cooling assembly. What is this? These are just pipes with radiators. Pipe radiators. There are two types, the convection kind, and here this one is the radiation kind. And since there's nothing here to convect with, air, gas, whatever, it's just vacuum here, I of course use the radiation kind. And then that pipe goes in here, and I will just pump station atmosphere into this pipe, which will then cool down radically out here, and I will make sure that the temperature on the I will also have radiators on the inside. So this will then immediately cool the station, and then when it has been cooled enough, I will pump this thing empty again, and so then it is inert. Oh, right, maybe I could close these up again, because now I no longer need to see the cables. The basic station that you build at the beginning of Stationeers with the iron walls and all that looks pretty boring, but this looks pretty neat. Apart from all the cables, but I mean the floor cables, they are unnecessarily visible, you know it. I could just place some flat walls here and cover them. There's also another thing you can place here, cladding, which is even better than flat walls, because the cladding, while it's not insulating, it's not protecting you from gas exchange, so you know it's not hermetically sealed. It doesn't consist of two parts, but only one. So if ever you need access to your cables, you can wonder how that actually works. How do we remove them? Was it this? Oh yes. See? Easy access. Alrighty, so on the outside we have the radiation radiators, on the inside now we have the convection radiators, because we need to connect the outside and the inside. What we could also do is we could just pump some gas in here, let it cool on the outside, pump it back in here, and thus cool the station. Anyway, so I also added some passive liquid drains here, because we have some gas in the atmosphere, pollutant, that will liquefy once the pressure in here is too high, and I want that to bleed out. And so I added 3 of them just to make sure that it bleeds out fast enough. I had one situation in Stationeers where that was meaningful, and since then I instinctively just do that when we're talking about such large pipe networks. Anyway. And here is a pipe analyzer which tells us what's in the pipe. And so the computer can then know that also. And here is the active vent that will pump in there. Let's just use the cooling setup. Currently it's pumping to the outside. Now we're pumping inside. 2 kilopascals. It's slow because it's taking the gas from this place here, pumping that in here, but the pipe network is extremely large. Okay, that's enough. So what temperature do we have in here? 23 degrees. We had 25 degrees a moment ago. So is that the cooling system kicking in? I would think so. Let's see what the tablet says. Yep, temperature is decreasing. And that would be our cooling system, which isn't yet automated. And we get into that later. Now I evacuate it again, which is exactly the way we want to do that with a computer. The computer shall do that automatically. One thing of note, what I'm pumping back here into the station right now is cooled air. So the temperature that the station has, which decreases when this thing is active, is not identical to the temperature of the gas in the pipe network. This gas will probably be much colder, so we want to pump this empty before we have reached the desired cooled station temperature. So we just set a different value. It's not a problem. It's just, you know, play around with it. Oh, it's too cold. Set the value differently. Problem solved. Anyway, so since we will have a cooling system, to make sure that we can measure everything and test everything, I thought, hey, we also need heat. I mean, the room will heat up anyway, but I added some wall heaters up there, which are supposed to heat the room. And I want to program those, I want to control those now with a switch. So we will use logic chips again, and this time I will indeed use the switch on a chip kind of variant. Okay, I ended up using this setup. I don't know if that will work. Here we have the batch writer that I have to configure to write to all these heaters. So we use the screwdriver and say the out type shall be the wall heater, that is selected now. Then the out variable shall be whether it's on, okay, that has been selected. Now I have to choose what to read from. I can cycle to the logic memory chip, and that's all I have available, because on this, well, this is the entire cable network. This is a cable network on its own. Hey, by the way, since we have the cable network reader, cable network analyzer, let's just use it for a second to get a feel for that. Here we see the logic memory and batch writer. Here we see the logic writer switch and the logic memory. And here we see a bunch of stuff, because this is really the big cable network that we're going to deal with when we're going into the program. Because here I connect the power and data together. There's no problem with that. Just think of it like a cable network can, I mean a system of cables, can have power, and it can also have data. And if you connect a cable network that has power and another cable network that has power, then you have both of them together, which is fine as long as you don't create any loops. For example, the input of a battery and the output of a battery, or the input of area power controller and an output of the area power controller must not be connected with each other, but the cable will tell you by exploding. So you can just connect the data and the power. If you would be building some solar panels, you would use a dual kind, which have separate connectors for power and for data, because you want them to give you power into your station batteries on the input side, but you will control them with your logic chips and or with your programming with your IC10, and that needs power. And so that needs to be running on power. What power will that be? It will probably be the power coming from the station batteries. So you would want to use the dual kind of the solar panel instead of the one that only has one connector where power and data is combined. But it's in the same kit. Just use the mouse, we build something, see that it fails, and realize, oh, the dude said, yeah, should have done that. Anyway, so now we have this. Selected the logic memory. This thing is just a passive thing that holds a value. And here we have the switch. This here is part, like I showed you, of the same kit. Here that has the batch writer, batch reader, logic writer, la 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 la. This here is a separate thing, but I told you about this also earlier. Why am I using this? Because here the logic writer doesn't just hold a value that I can then read out from here, but instead this the logic writer here needs to know where to write to. So I couldn't use this to write to all these things, and I can also not use this to write to the batch writer because this thing doesn't hold a value. It just transports a value from in to all the devices that I've chosen here. So I had to use the logic switch in between. Unnecessarily complicated, if you ask me, to have to use 1, 2, 3 devices to switch on 20 lights in a room, but okay. So I choose the logic memory as the output, and the value that I want to write is the one value that it has, the setting. Or does it have another one? No, it only has setting. Many devices have the setting value. For example, the proximity sensor, where you can define a distance from which it should then fire when you're close enough. That also is the setting value. Or the LED, which shows a number, also has the setting value, and the setting value there is the number that is to be shown, the value. The IC housing itself also has a setting value, which in that case shows you a number when you point at it with your, here, when you see the tooltip. By the way, in the IC10 housing, you can also switch that to text mode. So instead of showing a number there, you can also show a short text like on or whatever, up maximal 6 characters. But okay, we're going to get into that later. So I have chosen the logic memory as the target. Now 10 watts will be consumed constantly. And the IC housing consumes 50 watts. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these chips. The logic memory consumes nothing. And then you will immediately be less efficient than just using an IC10 housing. And not only that, but the IC housing is special. The IC housing consumes 50 watts, but you can also place logic chips in other devices, like the atmospherics unit, which also has, like my spacesuit, a place where you can place a chip. And that does not consume 50 watts. Anyway, so this thing is on, this thing is, well, it cannot be turned on, and this thing has been configured to wall heater on and read from the logic memory. Turn on, and now we should be able to heat the room. Yep. And I don't know how fast that will be. Let's take a look. $23. Okay, that's pretty fast. Should turn that off. And there we go. You saw that took some delay because the game works in ticks. Game ticks every half second. For example, if you have a cable network here and you connect that cable network with another pipe network. If you connect this with another pipe network over here, in between there's a valve. That is a device, a so-called device. Like this is a device, and but this is also a device, but this one wraps around the pipe, so it doesn't matter. If you have a device between pipe networks, those will be two different pipe networks, and so the gas exchange will take one game tick. So how does the gas exchange in here then? Is it somehow real time? No. The game doesn't have any flow kind of calculation at all. There's no flow in here. This is just a container. So if you build a pipe network from here all the way to over here, then every little bit of gas that you put into this little pipe over here will be instantly also in the pipe over there. That is a cheat, and it feels weird, but it only feels weird in this situation, and if you analyze it in this way I just described, normally you will never really notice. Anyway, so now we can, and this is the same kind of delay we also have with the logic connections. That's why it took some time for these guys to turn on and turn off again. Now we have set up everything. We have a room in which we can actually breathe, and we have a temperature that we can increase and decrease, but we have no automation of any of that yet, and that's what we want to do now. So what is it that we need for programming? One thing we need is, of course, the chip. And like I said, we can use an atmospherics unit. I will use one of those to show that. I'm not sure I can actually turn this guy on when it has no pipe connection, but then I just give it a pipe connection. No problem. Where do I place this? There. So this is just to demonstrate what you can do here. The filtration unit is not actually needed here, but I'm using it to place a chip in there. So while this thing is running, the chip will have power and can run a program. And if you look at the cable network analyzer, you can see here filtration unit opened. Okay, we can even see that also. Interesting. Now it's closed. And it's using 10 watts. Currently it's pumping, basically, even though there's a vacuum here. This thing has a mode logic variable. And if you write to that variable the value 0, this thing will be off even though it is turned on. So you won't hear this pumping sound, but you can still run your chip in it. And so you could have a chip in here that turns this thing on and off, not via the actual on value, but via the mode value. So yeah, that's meaningful then. Let me show you the filtration unit. If we go there and scroll down, we can see, oh, nowadays these have colorful watts consumption. We can see here the logic values that this thing has. Whether it is open, I can even write this value. So yes, you can programmatically open and close this thing. And you can also detect what the state of these filters is. I mean, these are catalytic, the ones that you can't get in the game except by one of the special traders. But the normal filters, of course, will be used up, and you can check how used up these are, and then you can sound an alert with a speaker or just by turning this, open this and closing this the whole time. So if you're in nearby, then you'll notice, oh, something's wrong here. Oh, these things are almost empty. I have to switch them out. I believe you can even switch these out with a robot arm also, but that's a different story. So that's what we have here, filtration unit, and you know how to make these. And now I will show you how to make the chip and the IC10, and the IC housing. You of course need to print them. You do that with the electronics printer tier 1. You can also use tier 2, of course. Let's see, IC10, which is really at the heart of all of this. This thing is for programming. If you don't have this, you cannot program, end of story. So this one is the dude, this one is the processor. And it even has logic values. The line number that is currently, running, and like every device in the game, it has a reference ID. This is the stuff that you need. Gold is easy to find, of course. Solder, you have to make that from iron and lead. And steel, you have to make that from iron and coal. And electrum, you have to make that from gold and silver. So it's not so easy to get for a total beginner, but I'm talking right now not to total Stationeers beginners, but to total programming beginners, or at least to Stationeers programming beginners. If they're still listening. I think I realize the video is a bit drawn out. So we need that IC10. Let's make one then. There it is. And as you've seen, we can even spray paint this guy. Now this thing needs to run somewhere. For example, here in the filtration unit. But I want to use the classic way, because I also want to demonstrate some things. And therefore, I will use the IC housing. IC10, okay, housing. There we go. We also have the rocket circuit housing. That's for building rockets. People listening right now might think, well, rockets, I don't know, that's not my kind of thing. It's too far out and so forth. I thought so for about 2,300 hours. And then I finally invested a few hours to investigate rocketry. Realized it's actually very uncomplicated, but it's a very interesting and fun puzzle to solve. And it's fun to send these things to orbit to make sure that they have fuel, that you don't pump them too strongly, to use the various different engines to mine ice and materials in space, and so forth and so on, and to land them without exploding. So yeah, rockets, you should definitely look at those. This game is so much fun, and Rocket adds another layer on top of that. And it meshes well with the rest, because it can give you resources. One mining run in orbit to get you, volatiles, that is like 5 times or 10 times the amount that the rocket used to actually get there and fly back. On which world did I use there? That was Europa, yeah. On Mars that should also work. Here on Mimas even more so, because the gravity is so weak. On Vulcan that might be harder, because you have more gravity. Same on Venus. Anyway, so, and this is to place a chip in the rocket, and this is what we need now to place the chip on the ground. I accidentally made the kit here, so I now have multiple of these. You can see that this kit has 2 modes, 2 variants. This one is the one that we used so far, and now we also have this one, where everything is combined. And I will use that one. So let's put that away. Right, this will be for the cooling system, so I will just mark it like this. And the chip... yeah, let's make that white too then. Maybe you're observing that I'm not dragging and dropping. Sadly, the game doesn't yet explain anywhere that you can just press the right mouse button to teleport things between your inventories and hands. That I don't need, so delete. Copy. Alright. Now this thing is consuming constant 50 watts. Okay, I could go into the details now what the housing is also good for, but that is too much theory. We need to do practical things, because there's so much to explain. Okay, now we have the actual computer thing that will do the computing, but we need to write a program for it, and for that we need, funny enough, a computer. So let's go into Creative again and create a computer, which you can print, of course. And that kit has the so-called modern computer, which looks kind of like this, which was the first one that we had in Stationeers. Then, at some point, the retro was introduced. I believe they use the same amount of power, 200 watts, I'm not sure though, we will look that up soon. And then we have this one, the big screen that is wall-mounted, and then we have the big screen that is floor-mounted, though we can just place it anywhere in the air. For whatever reason, there's no restriction there. Which one do you want to choose? Well, it's a matter of taste, because when you're into programming you should already have enough power to really not worry about such details. But also maybe you want to consider power consumption. Because let me show you how much power these consume. You need to connect also the logic, because this thing will need logic access. This thing will affect the logic of devices by writing data to it or reading data from it, so it needs the logic connection, not just the power connection. Now it's flashing an error because it doesn't have any motherboard yet. Which motherboards exist? We have the sorter motherboard, which is has a pretty horrible user interface and is no longer needed really these days, but it works still. These days you would use the logic sorter, which has 1 input chute and 2 output chute openings, and it can be programmed, you guessed it, with IC10. You cannot program them, well, I think you could technically program them with logic chips, but then you're really stretching it. The rocket control motherboard to control rockets, which has a special user interface, which shows you all the rocket stats and so forth. The IC editor motherboard, which we need right now. The map motherboard shows you a black screen unless you have a rocket in orbit that is connected to this thing and will then slowly, in a sinus curve, just like it's orbiting the planet basically, fill in the map slowly, and then you will see the terrain, and you can also switch over to the ore overlay, which will just be a color overlay, and you still won't know what colors those are. Anyway. Then we have the logic motherboard, which I didn't want to click on actually, which is horribly broken, which would theoretically allow you to do things like select this and this device and check if its value is true or false, and if that value is true or false, do the next thing. that seems good, right? But the implementation is insufficient, it's incomplete, the user interface doesn't really work right, I think. Yeah, you can do all of that much better with logic chips or with, of course, with programming. And the communications motherboard, which is for using the radio dishes and to communicate with traders. There we go. Now we have the integrated circuit editor here and can now edit source code. Here we go, that's the source code editor. But before we go into that, you can see here there's a drop down where you can select the filtration or the IC housing. There's a trick here that some guy showed me on YouTube. I'm sorry, I think it was the Master Maximus. That you can give, this will always be alphabetically sorted. And if you change something on the cable network, this selection will flip to a different entry. And the guy told me, yeah, it's always the first entry and the order here is alphabetical. So since I'm not going to use a filtration unit here for programming, I will now use my labeler to make sure that this thing is at the font. And one way to do that is to just add an underscore. See, now we have that. And now we'll select the filtration unit and change the cabling here. Copy, delete, and now see it has already flipped back. So whenever you build something or maybe change something on the cable network, this selection will change, and you might think, well, why is he losing so many words on this little thing? Because you need to import code from the selected device into the editor, and you need to export code from the editor into the selected device. And if you have the wrong thing selected here, that will lead to frustration that you do not want. Of course, there are tricks to solve that ultimately. Open the save file, copy the source code from the save file, which is in clear text in there, and so forth. But best way is to just avoid all those problems and operate this thing properly. So the alphabetically first thing here is what will be chosen if there's some change here. And since I will be using this here exclusively, I have just renamed it like this. I can just later remove the underscore if I want to put something else at the front. Alrighty, so that's the computer setup. I wanted to look at the power consumption of those. Computer. Here we have the kit computer, which has, you can see what it takes to print. Very simple, iron, gold, copper. The computer modern was the first one that existed. It consumes 200 watts. When it's on, you don't have to have that thing running just to use programming in Stationeers, only while you're using the programming. And you know what? You can just put a motion sensor somewhere here. Make sure that you have placed it in the right alignment to the floor grid so that that makes sense. Or you can use a proximity sensor, like when you get closer to the computer, that it turns on automatically and turns off when you go away. And you can program that, of course, with a chip. It takes 1 or 2 lines of code. It's really simple. Okay, that was that. 200 watts. Then we have the retro computer, which also consumes 200 watts. Then we have the wall-mounted one, which consumes 80 watts, so that's way better. And then we have the big screen that's on the floor. That's the one I've placed here. Consumes 50 watts. The way to remember that is 200 watts is a lot, and you can just say 200 watts is what a computer consumes when it's on. But the big new ones consume less. Wall-mounted is luxurious. That's like, hey, I have a big TV and it's mounted on my wall. That feels luxurious. And so it's more expensive when it comes to electricity. Not that it makes sense, but that's a kind of associational bridge. And the one on the floor, which just stands lazily on the floor, consumes only 50 watts. Okay, now we're finally at this stage where we have a situation that we want to program, and we have something to program with. Let's just start with the IC housing. I will now make sure that the number that we're seeing here, state 0, will be different. It will show state 1. I will of course explain this, but not immediately. Now that I've written a program and have said confirm, I mean if you do cancel, then of course the change here will not end up in the program. This is only in here. If I click import, everything is gone. If I click export, everything here is gone. It has been overwritten. You can see here it's no longer showing the IC is at 0 bytes, it's showing 14 bytes. That's the size of my program. And the housing is now showing 1. because it is on and I've written a program. Whenever the program is being written to this thing, it will start over. I mean, you might have some main loop here, some blah 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 blah, and some loop that goes on and on and on. If you write the program, it will start over from the top. So what is it that I've done here? I've written a value to this device. You already saw I've wrote it to the setting value. Let's look at the housing. Housing or housing compact doesn't make a difference. It will be the same thing when it comes to logic. And you can see we have the power value. We can read whether this thing has power. We can read whether this thing is on. We can also write it. So I can basically write a program that turns the thing that runs the program off. And then, of course, that's the end of it. No more program lines will be executed. I think if I turn it on again, then the next line should be executed. And so let's try that actually. I will tell the thing now be off. So I say the on value shall have the value 0. 0 and 1 is false and true. This means 0, this means false, and this means true. On, true is on. On, false is off. Then we have this statement here, which some people know and will now think, oh my god, this will be interesting. Actually, yeah, this will be interesting. I have to do some other thing. I will explain that. Export. Aha, now the program was written and now the chip housing is off. Let me turn it on again. Okay, now it is exploding, and why it's doing that endlessly, I don't know. There is certainly some programming error here on part of RocketWorks. I have experienced this differently in the past. Okay, I just changed my hand. Whatever. The housing is for whatever weird reason not destroyed, but the chip is destroyed because HCF is kind of a fun command. It means hold, catch fire. And why doesn't it do that now? Because it already executed that line. Or rather, no, that's what am I saying? This is a new chip. It doesn't have a program. Anyway, so what happened here is the following. The thing turned off, and then here I have the yield command, and then I have the HCF command, which you normally don't use. You have seen what it does. It destroys the chip. And if you have some explosive atmosphere here, and something of note which somehow some stationeers haven't yet understood, the air can only burn if there's volatiles in it. Doesn't matter what composition it has. The only way for the air to burn, to combust, is volatiles. End of story. If there are no volatiles, there will be no fire. Now, if there are volatiles and there's no oxygen and also no N2O, there will also not be fire. But as soon as there is oxygen or H2O, you will have fire. I don't know how Stationeers, the simulation prioritizes which of the two components, H2O or oxygen, to use when it comes to burning up the volatiles in equal parts or 2/3, 1/3 parts with their partner. I don't know, I have no clue. Anyway, let's do that same thing again. And I will remove the yield statement. What will happen? The thing is on, and immediately the chip is, well, okay, well, this you saw this bug here, this endless explosion, right? We're currently running into some logical aspects of that. The chip should, I mean, whatever, the outcome here is a bit weird. So what happened? Why did the program not stop? I mean, I told it to turn off. Because when you execute 1, 2, 3, 5, 20 lines in here, all of that will happen immediately, and before the game simulation will pick up on that and will actualize your commands, it will have to do one game tick. And by saying yield, I told it, hey dude, do one game tick. Now you might think, oh shit, this sounds a bit dangerous. What if I just forget the yield statement and just make an endless loop here? Don't worry, the game will force a yield every 128 lines. And, point of note, 128 lines indeed. So if you have lots of empty lines in here and some code down there, every line will count as basically one code execution. And so when you reach line 128, even if the rest were empty, then at some point the yield will be forced. So again, what is a yield statement? The yield statement is the program telling the game simulation, hey, I don't want to do stuff right in this very moment. You do one game tick, which is half a second, and then I resume execution, okay? So if you have two yield statements here, that is indeed what? That is a sleep, a waiting of 1 second. You can also use the sleep command, by the way. You can say sleep for like 5 seconds. And this off statement I will remove there because it's counterproductive to the demonstration. Do we have a chip in there? No, we don't. There's a new one. Turn on. Export. And here we go. Oh, I see. The chip is on fire. And while it's on fire... Oh, it's not a bug. Okay, I experienced it differently in the past then. Maybe it's a matter of... Oh, maybe my observation was in vacuum and this is not vacuum, so here it can actually burn. I would like to find that out. But not now. Anyway, so now I gave you some basic examples and also some fireworks, so we're having some fun. Alrighty, we could now program this, of course, but I need to teach you a lot of stuff about programming first. In particular, what is it even that I wrote there? I mean, obviously we can see a sleep, and then it will sleep for how long? For 5. What is that? That's seconds. I don't know if we can also use a decimal value there. We could test that, but it's not easy to test because we would have to count in our heads, so... and then I said HCF, so sleep and hold catch fire. And there were no more lines, so nothing would be executed, even if it wouldn't have been destroyed. But what was it about the writing of the setting there? SDB setting 0. Let's look at the value S, at the S character here. If I hover here, we get some instructions. You can see the syntax here. Stores register value to logic type on device by housing index value. I don't know why they chose to phrase it so particularly hard to comprehend in these tooltips, but I guess it's part of, I mean, it's kind of Stationeers' general design, isn't it? That the game is kind of a puzzle, that you have to puzzle together in your head all of that understanding, and then it will click, and then you will have proceeded. See, most people, they say, the game is hard to get into, well, let me explain it to you. Or it's hard to get into, but I managed to, and now I'm blah 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 blah. But what people also rarely mention, but it's important, is the journey of discovery, the journey of achievement. And I guess that they phrased it like this is part of that achievement. Once you figure something out, and suddenly it clicks and works, and will henceforth be a tool that you can use constantly, that is great. You are leveling up instead of in the game. And that's awesome. Too bad you can play this game only one time, right? Technically, because once you have leveled up completely, yeah, whatever. Alrighty, so you can see here there's some ghost text that's not actually there. It tells you what to do, which reflects what you can also see here in the tooltip. It wants to know the S value writes, but there's also other write values, and I will explain all of those. This one is no longer needed, so I'm not going to explain that one. It wants to know what is the target of my writing, and while we're at it, there's also the load command, which reads a value from a device or from somewhere else. Actually, only from devices, right? No, you can also read from the memory. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. So you can read, and then it wants to know what do you want to read into? What's the target of your reading? We have some registers here, we'll talk about those also. And when you write, it again wants to know what's the target of your writing. So this whole thing is intention driven. What is it that you want to do? I want to write. Well, where do you want to write to? Here. We're kind of zooming in. It's like a date, you know? 2025. December the 20, what do we have? 6th, that's the date today. So when I tell someone we have this date, they will also know the general area of time. then I'm telling them that, and then they know pretty precisely, and then they even know the day. And this also sorts alphabetically, so that's the date format I have been using for 25 years. And people look at me weird when I do this, but I mean, fuck them. I use that which is good and works well. Just because they are sticking with their habits when they're writing this, and then someone from an international perspective doesn't know, is this the month? It is, I believe. Or is this the month? It is not, it's the day, I think. And there's other nations which write that very same thing in the opposite direction. And in Germany we would write the day, and then the month, and then the year. So, I mean, that's stupid. I just write this, and then the month, and then the day. That's a nice system, and I would hope that this picks up internationally. It is even an ISO standard, so it's not like I made that up or something. So why am I saying this even? Because we're zooming in here, we're giving the overall context, and then we know already which box to look in. And then we're describing which corner of the box, and then what particular thing in the box do we want to take. We're zooming in. The same thing is happening here. We're deciding what is it that we want to do in general. We want to write a value. Okay, now I know what that is. So what's the next step? Where do you want to write to? I will explain that shortly, to this device. And then what particular value in that device do we want to affect? For example, if that thing is on, or what the setting is, you know, that one standard value that the LED has, the IC housing has, and some other devices also. And then what value do I want to write there? Well, for example, from register R0, or maybe the absolute number 10. Or maybe, and that's also a possibility, the text hello. Let me do that. I will just write this here, and I know I'm not yet done with the explanation of this line. I will continue later. Export. And now I point at the housing, and then we see the text hello with an uppercase H and an exclamation point at the end. Well, that's not what you see? Well, neither do I, because I cannot really decipher this in my mind. This is the numeric representation of that string. See, we are using 64 bits values here, 64 bits. You don't have to understand really those things in depth. I mean, some parts of the program will require you to, but you don't have to use those parts. You don't have to. Just like you don't have to use every part in Stationeers. That bit and byte stuff is not necessary, but I want to give you a quick overview. So, a bit is just a yes-no value in a computer. And a byte is 8 of those together. And if you have 2 of these, then how many different states can you represent with those? Well, one of them can be 1, and the other one can also be 1. And they can also both be 0. And also the order matters. You can say this is the first bit, and that is the second bit. So if you have 2 of those together, then you can express 4 different values. 0, 0, 0, 1. 1, 0, 1, 1. That's 4 different values. And the byte, which is still the standard unit in our vocabulary when we're talking about computers, for example, when we're saying gigabytes or G-bytes or whatever, has 8 of those bits. And that allows then for 256 of such combinations. And that's just pure math. I mean, I don't mean because you have to multiply there, but I mean because it's pure numbers. I mean, the purest number that you can possibly have is and isn't. 0, 1, and 0, or rather 0 and 1. 0 isn't, 1 is. We have nothing here, we have something here. That is the purest number. And if you have 2 of those, then we are doubling that, and doubling that, and doubling that. So it's a bit sad that mankind settled on using the decimal system. You might think, well, the decimal system is good, what are you talking about even? That's just because we're all used to it. If you would have settled on the hexadecimal system, which uses 16 digits instead of 10, then we would be happy just as well. But I tell you, we would be happier, because the numbers that we'd be writing would be shorter, even though they express the same amount of information. And more importantly, the pure truth, the pure math of the binary would be in there, even up to the scale of the hexadecimal. Because it would all just be doubled, 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 and doubled again. This kind of nature you do not have in the decimal system. And you bet your ass that this would somehow bleed through all the math that we're doing in everyday life and also in advanced math and so forth. That would go in there somewhere. I bet that's so. And I'm sure that some mathematician has already figured that out, I guess. Maybe I should use some AI to find out. because that knowledge is surely out there. Anyway, so 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8192, 16,650. Well, now I'm getting a slight problem here because I also have to translate to English. And then 32,000, blah, 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 64,000. 65,000, I believe. That's always doubling. So you're adding more bits. 1 bit, 2 bits, 3 bits, 4 bits, 5 bits. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. And what we're looking at here is a number that's very high and is represented by 64 bits. Some of those are not used, as the number would even be higher. And we can even show negative numbers too. That's usually the highest bit. That's flipped then. The highest bit is set. That indicates the sign. Or, well, okay, that's taking a bit far now, isn't it? Anyway, so now we have the text hello with an exclamation point here, but we don't see it. Why? Because I also need to tell the thing that it shall be in the text mode instead of the numeric mode when it comes to that display. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters is what we have here. If I write another one, then this should actually lead to compilation error. And now we have an error here. Aha! If I hover here, we still see that text because it hasn't changed. And if I look here, we can see what is going on. Or at the chip also, I think. Error, invalid string length at line 2. And here it says error, invalid string length at line 2. This is a programmable chip slot. The integrated circuit has this and this many bytes, and the chips blah blah blah. So that's a bit redundant with it showing the error here twice. So we already know what to do. We need to go into the source code and look at line 2, and it says invalid string length, because the maximum that you can use here is 6 characters. That's the maximum that they allow. We can also, let me just use an LED. Right, that's a console. The LED is part of the kit consoles. And now we'll put a big bad LED display right there. And turn it on. And now we get to the screws here, because, I mean, do I want to show something here? Yes, I do. Well, one thing... no, let's not do that right now. So, I can use the screws here. And once again, it might make sense to turn this off while you're screwing with those if the program is already using one of them, but it's not, so I don't care. When I click here, I will cycle that to the active vent, which will then henceforth be assigned to screw 0. And maybe you already guessed it, if I don't use DB, but D0, then I would be addressing this device, because this shows you a number there. Maybe I shouldn't have spray painted that white, huh? You can see D0, D1, D2, and over here D3, D4, D5. And now I have assigned that to screw 1. What have I assigned? The active vent. Next thing is the batch writer, and I will now try to hit the LED quickly. Oh, that was too fast. Oh well, you can also go backwards by holding the modulation key, which is probably C in your case. My tooltip says R because I changed those. I mean, I recommend it really. I swapped C and R because R sounds like rotating, and R is for me indeed also the auto rotate key. And the C key, I never use that actually. So I have that on in a place where I never hit. And my jetpack is not on J, it's on Shift. Just makes sense, doesn't it? So I want to go backwards. And then we see the next thing to go backwards to is the LED display large. And now that's selected. Okay, let me just write that value then also to the D0 screw. And there we go. That's once again this number that we saw here, only the number is too long for that thing to display, so it shortens that with scientific notation. E means exponent. It's not something you really need to know. I'm just conveying the knowledge while we are looking at this. But you don't need it for Stationeers programming. Also, you see the tooltip shows you the true number. Why is it not showing text? Well, let's look at the LED large then. They are all the same when it comes to logic. Here we see the values, for example, setting. And then here we can see the modes. And that is indeed where this comes in. Default is just number, that's what we have right now. Then for the longest time we also have percent. So if you would write 0.5 as a value in there, you would see 50%. And 1 means 100%. You might think, oh, that's weird. Why do you not have to write 100 to get 100%? That's stupid. I don't want that. That's because you might not have enough experience in programming. It's glorious and wonderful that we have values from 0 to 1 in programming. I mean, of course, we have them everywhere, but it's great to use that in programming. Think, for example, about a volume slider. This knob in your user interface might give you, the programmer, a number from 0 to 1. You might say, why doesn't it give me a value from 0 to 100, as in 100%? Well, let's take the sound wave, the sound data that you're trying to play back, and let's modulate that with your volume slider. You could just multiply that sound value with your slider value, and if it's a value from 0 to 1 that you have in your slider, then obviously you're scaling that volume from full, as it already is, down to 0. But if you're using a value from 0 to 100%, then you would multiply that volume by 100. And not only would that be getting much louder then, without you getting any more resolution out of that, because, you know, there's not magically some more data steps between that just because you're multiplying that. The original information hasn't been extended really. So it's more natural and more meaningful to just go from 0 to 1. And also, the moment you're multiplying it by 100, and therefore, I mean, then the question is, okay, what is the equipment capable of doing and so forth? All of that brings in more things to think about. But if you just have a value from 0 to 1, then you're fine. And so that's how that works here also. You write the same kind of value. For example, when you're asking yourself, how full are my batteries? 0.5. Then you know what that means. It means they are half full. And if you want to display that as a percent, then you see 50%. That makes sense also. Let's go back to volume sliders for a second. All of those are broken in all games, almost all games that work properly at Stationeers. And in the Steam store and on YouTube and so forth, if you turn that down from full volume, which would be 1, to like 0.8, 80%, you will hear almost no difference. What is it with the music today? But you should feel a difference. And the further down you slide it, the stronger you will feel the change. Not versus the 100%, but every little bit that you shove it more close to 0. And then when you reach 0, you will of course have an infinite power all of a sudden. There was something, even if it was very little, and then suddenly nothing. There's infinite difference in my book. Or an absolute difference. So what you would need to do here to have proper volume sliders is you would have to curve that. You would have to curve the input value of your slider before you apply that to your sound value. And this curving is really very simple. What if you multiply the input value of your slider from 0 to 1? What if you multiply that with itself? And then you will get a value of, if it was at 80%, 0.8, you will get 0.64. 8 times 8 is 64. So you will get 0.64. So you will get a value that is much lower. So the value that you're applying to your sound there will be much lower than the value that you believe to have set. And so if you do that, multiplying it with itself 2 or 3 times, then you will have much more power in the higher frequency, in the high levels, and you will have much more slow range as you're approaching the absolute of 0. And that's the way it should be done. It also reflects the the official decibel math formula, and it's very easy to do. I have figured out to use the Euler's number, 2.7. So I raise the number of the volume slider to 2.7, and then I have a proper volume slider. Sorry for this unnecessary excursion, but I mean, I had to make clear why a value from 0 to 1 is really a good thing to have, and I'm really pissed off by all volume sliders in the world being broken when all it needs to fix them is literally one line of code that will not even cost you any cycles, because the volume slider will obviously not change the whole time while you're actually running your game loop. That really pisses me off that everybody is too stupid to do that right. So we want to set the value, and then we have power, which is for kilowatts and watts. Depending on how high the number is, the LED will choose automatically what to show here. The same here for Kelvin. So all these ones here, Kelvin, Celsius, and so forth, these are new. We have been having them for 3 or 4 months now. It's December 2025 again. And what we need now is 10 string. So that's the value I want to write here. Let me do that then. I will write the value 10 to that thing, mode 10, and then we get text hello. See, that's how that works. So let's go into the details of what we have done. Here I'm saying I want to write a value. Here I'm saying where do I want to write the value. dB is the device in which the chip is housed. In other words, if I want to read and write values to this filtration unit, then I will just use dB, because that's where the chip is housed. I can also access this device from this chip, but obviously then I cannot use dB, because this would just access this housing, which I can turn off. You have seen that here. I can write a value to it. I can turn it on and off. Okay, so much for that. Now we want to read... oh yes, of course, I've forgotten something. If you want to turn on and off this cooling unit automatically, we want to know how warm the room is. So let me just add a gas sensor to the mix. Maybe not directly here, where this thing will be sucking from the room. That might be irritating to the logic, but a little bit further away. Maybe here. Main thing is that this thing is far away from the cooling unit, because if it would be up here, in this world box up there that we cannot quite see, but it's really there's a box everywhere, then it would measure the cooling up there, but the rest of the room might still be warm. So to have that thing a little bit in a distance from there allows for more meaningful logic decisions. This is part of my cooling system, so I will spray paint that also white. Let's assign that gas sensor to a screw, and let me give this thing a name. I will call it Sense Gas Cooling. I could also have called it something like the Cooling System Sensor. But you will see later that these systematic names, once I go into the actual programming, because currently I'm just giving you some, we're now scratching the surface a little, are very meaningful. So I'm just using this right away. Sense Gas Cooling. What is this? A sensor. What type of sensor? A gas sensor. For what is it? For the cooling system. I can also use this, of course, from other directions when I don't want to address the cooling system, but I can also call it basically Sense Gas Indoor. Maybe that makes even more sense. Yeah, let's do that, because that's what it actually is. Now I will assign that gas sensor here, and then we will read the value of the gas sensor. That is Sense Gas Indoor, which is now on screw D1. Now we need to read that value. Where do we want to read that then? The only place in which you can read a value is a register, and I haven't talked about those yet really. We have register R0, R1, R2 and so forth, up to R15. And there are actually two more registers that I will talk about later, but I want to mention them already. We have RA and we have SP. SP is the stack pointer. That's basically a memory address for some memory space where you can put values. And the RA is the return address, basically a line number. I can also show you what that's good for. There's a jump command and a branch command and various types of branch commands. And these have various variants, and some of these variants have this text in it, AL. And this would mean that the program will not just jump to whatever line I told it to jump to, like 18 or whatever, but it will also first write the current place that we're in, or rather the next one, into this register RA. And later then, when I've done my stuff here, I can say jump back to RA, and then execution will return here. So in other words, you can jump to subroutines, and it won't care, the subroutine will not care where you came from, because it doesn't need to know. RA will know. But okay, that was just a little excursion. You can forget that again, because I will talk about that in detail later. I just wanted to show you all the registers that exist. So here I'm loading a value into register R0. And the value that the device that I want to load from, because it's the next information that we need, will be D1, where I have the gas sensor. Which value do I want to know? The temperature. And that temperature I want to show then on the LED, and obviously what I need to do there is I need to set it to the numeric mode, so it just see numbers, and then I want to write which value? The one that I've read here. I'm reading the temperature, loading the temperature here. I'm writing I'm reading into this register. I'm writing into this device. Always it wants to know, where does the data go? Where does the data go? Here the data of the temperature of the D1 sensor goes into this register. And here the information of the register goes into the setting, and so forth and so on. Let me just run the program. Now we see the temperature in here is 297. 297? Yeah, that's in Kelvin. The devices all, not this device, it's just a number display. The devices all work in Kelvin and in kilopascals. So you see here, you can see here your suit is set to a target of 101 kilopascals. There's also pascals, of course, of which these are 1000. There's also megapascals, of which these are 1000. 1000 kilopascal is 1 megapascal, but ultimately the unit itself is pascal. And but the numbers that you get here from the sensors, or the numbers that you write into devices that do take a pressure value, they are all in kilopascals. So that's what you have to remember. Kilopascals and Kelvin. That's what you will get. And that's what you will have to use. But I want Celsius here, man. Well, I hope that you know, and if you don't know, then please remember it. To convert from Kelvin to Celsius, you have to subtract 273.15. So let's just do that here. I will explain this. Subtract 273.15. Why 273.15? Well, let's say we have here. What is that? Is that Kelvin or is that Celsius? It can be either, because the distance between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 is the same, but the absolute position on the scale is different. Kelvin starts at 0. 0 Kelvin is as cold as it gets. That is when all the motion of the atoms, of the molecules, has ceased, and basically they are actually so in such an identical state that they can fall into one superstate and become a Bose-Einstein condensate. That's a temperature you normally don't achieve in nature, and the universe itself actually has, I think, like 2 Kelvin, or something, a very, very low value, and that would be like 2 degrees except minus 273.15, because that's how cold it is. 2 Kelvin is minus 271.15 degrees Celsius. And in the laboratory, we can reach even lower temperatures, like 0.1 Kelvin and so forth. It's awesome that they can do that. Anyway, we say 0 Kelvin, or 273.15 Kelvin, but we do not say degrees Kelvin. We say 0 degrees Celsius. So this what I've written here and that what I've written here is the same. 273.15 Kelvin is 0 degrees Celsius. And if I would want to add 1 here, I'd have to add 1 here. That's what that is. And 0 Kelvin obviously is minus 273.15 Celsius. That's really what it is. It's not like this is an easy number to remember, but in truth there's some more numbers attached. No, this is the one scientific value. This is the truth of it. End of story. So if I have 270 whatever now on my display, that's too high, right? I want it lower. By how much do I want it lower? By this number that you must remember. And how do I do that? Well, the sub command subtracts. Conversely, the add command adds. And again, the computer wants to know, where will the result go? Like here I'm loading, where does it go? Into R0. Here I'm subtracting, where does the result go? Into R0. Here I'm writing, where does the result go? Into the device. So always, where does it go first? And then what shall go into it? The difference between this and that. So this is the number from which I then subtract this. In other words, this is kind of as if you're writing this, you know? Blah 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 minus blah blah blah. That's kind of what's written here. And this then goes into register R0. So you might, this is a bit confusing that I'm using the same register here. Shouldn't I use a different one? No, why? The program will first execute the logic of this, and the result of that will afterwards then be written here. And since I do not longer need the Kelvin value here, I will just override that, and you could say literally I'm converting the value to Celsius. Did that work? 24.7 degrees. Oh. And what if I write the source code again? Observe the number change. See, it has changed. Why? Because the temperature here is constantly changing. The sun is shining in. This warms the room wherever it hits the floor. And there's some electronic devices in here that also cause some warming. Hey, can we make this update automatically? That would be cool. Of course we can. Let me just remove all the superfluous source code so it's easier to digest. One short thing. You can open the help in here also while the editor is open. And the housing has, you can see here, the mode is also being described here. Mode 0, the default number. Mode 1, string. And so when I'm writing something here, SDB setting str blah, 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 this here is just a helper command. I don't have to use it. I can also use, I don't know, 65. But it's, I mean, which number that actually is anyone's guess. Also, if you have figured out the numbers correctly, maybe the Stationeers developers eventually change the system. But you will not have to worry about that if you just stick with using this thing. What you can rely on, though, is that this here will occupy 8 bits. So the maximum here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Wait, what? The 6 characters that we have here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, will occupy 6 bytes of the 8 bytes that we have available. Why 8 bytes? Because 64 bits. Computers these days have 64 bits, which can express numbers that are ridiculously large. I once wrote a program where I implemented the solar system that we live in, and you know that the distance between Earth and the Moon is often bigger than you would imagine. Here we have the Earth, and then people would maybe draw this, but the Moon is not over there, the Moon is rather over here, it's really that far away. Or is it even further? I'm not sure. It's pretty far away. But that's, of course, still just in the neighborhood. It's very close. Then the next one, next to Earth, that's Earth, is Mars, which is kind of here. And then we have Jupiter, which is already over here. And then the distances get larger and larger and larger. And so that solar system I implemented in a 2-dimensional format. And I used one 64-bit value to express the coordinates at, I think it was decimeter precision. Or was it meter precision? I don't remember. Meters or decimeters. A decimeter is 1/10 of a meter. And by the way, 10 times 10, 1 times 1 times 1 decimeter is 1 liter in volume. And 1 meter times 1 meter times 1 meter is, of course, 10 times that in all dimensions. So it's 1,000 times that. 10 times 10 times 10 is 1,000. So 1,000 decimeters, cubical decimeters. Then you have 1,000 liters. Anyway, so I just wanted to give you an idea of how big a 64-bit number can really be. And here we are wastefully using that on our characters. I don't know why you cannot use 7 characters, because in my opinion that would have fit, but there's some reason for that. Ah yeah, I remember. Because, see, while they're using 64-bit numbers with, you know, like 64 bits, I don't know if it's 64 right now, some of these bits are reserved. Because what you can express here are not just whole numbers like 5 and 6 and 7, you can also write 5 dot something. These are so-called floating point numbers. Why floating point? Because the point itself can also be here. They have a precision up to, I don't know, this and this many digits. I don't know how many exactly right now. And then the point can be here, or it can be here, or it can be here, or it can be over there. Or you can even have a number that is like this. Huh? Why are there suddenly many more digits? Because somewhere in these many bits it expresses here the actual value, the payload basically. That's this. And the rest of the bits will then express the sign and where the dot is. And so if those numbers express that the dot is way over here, then the rest will of course be filled up with the zeros, because the payload itself cannot express all of this. So if you have a number like this, the precision is still the same that we had before, this low precision. That's also why in 3D programming, when you, for example, want to implement a solar system in a 3D game, using floating point numbers is tricky, because the numbers will quickly get so large that if you are further out, you will see things jump around, because the next value that you can have here is that. And you see that this is not one bigger, but is bigger by 90 trillion, quadrillion, billion googolplexes. And that's why things will just be visually jumping around. That doesn't fly, man. And so one of the ways to cope with that is that we just implicitly teleport everything to 0.0.0, to the XYZ coordinate 0. We pretend as if everything is at 0, when the truth is it's not. And then things will not be jumping around. But I mean, trying to implement a star system in this way is not optimal. That's why the RocketWorks team, when developing KSA, Kitten Space Agency, which will be the true Kerbal Space Program 2, but RocketWorks style, so certainly more deep and more scientific, and they even have some SpaceX employee on board, and the original Kerbal Space Program developer, one of them, and so forth. They will deliver, you bet your ass they will. That's why they have developed their own engine, which isn't relying on the standard 3D game stuff where you would use floating point numbers to describe where the planet is. Okay, so much on the bits. Let's go back on the topic of Stationeers programming. So we have now read... let's look at this again. If you would want to implement this now, what would you do? You would say, I want to know the temperature so that I can do something with the temperature here in my source code. So I want to know it, in other words I need to get it into here. How do you do that? By loading it. Load the value. Then you can already see the program is telling you what you have to write here, R0, R1, R2, R15. And then it wants to know where do you want to read that from. There are various ways to express this, and I've only talked about one so far, the one that I myself never use, the screws. And we will stick with the screws for now, because it's easy. But I will also explain the other stuff, which is better. But this is certainly easier. So right now this is better because as a beginner you want it easy. That's why we're using easier now, even though it's not ultimately the better way. So I'm reading from D0. What is D0? D0 is the LED. Oops, that doesn't help. See, I'm getting confused here. What I can do is I can give the screws names. Yes, I can. Alias. I can say that D0 is my LED. I can say that... right, I think it works this way. Yeah, alias, I can say that the gas sensor is D1. You can see here there's a red because the program cannot distinguish that this is supposed to be one text. And you can also not do this, sadly, or not sadly, whatever, And you can also not use the underscores. Weirdly, you can use the hyphen. I thought you can use those. Anyway, you can use this, and that's something I recommend you don't do. I recommend that you don't write it like this, because you can already see here when we're using the words that the programming language supports, these keywords here, which you can, by the way, look up here. I haven't yet shown you the editor. I will show that in a minute. Then you see that they're written always like this, uppercase character, and then the rest is lowercase. And sometimes there might even be words that are like gas sensor. That was unfortunate. Structure gas sensor. This is a word that the program actually uses at some point. And you can see how it is written. And so if I use that same style of writing, I'm running the risk of creating a keyword here that overlaps with an existing one. And that is why I always use this kind of stuff here. Or for example, sense gas indoor. That's one way to do it. Or sense gas, whatever. Now if I look at the screws, you still see the screw as it was. LED display large and sense gas indoor. But if I export this now, then it tells me there's a problem. Incorrect argument count at line 14. Right, I was in the process of explaining something. Then when we hover here, we see on the left you see LED. This yellow number. Okay, here you see nothing. Or maybe I should select something to have a true comparison. Active vent. So here we see only active vent. But up here we see not just sense gas indoor, which is the name of this thing. Just like here, LED display large is the default name of this thing. But we also see this yellow text, which is my alias text. Not that it's important, but it's helpful. Sense gas is what that is named in the program. And this one doesn't have a name yet. Just has a default D0 name. Henceforth, I can say I want to load into R0 from sense gas, because that word exists now. I made it. And then I can read, for example, the pressure also. That's also a logic value that exists. And then I will get kilopascals. So now you know how to get a value from a sensor. Let me misspell this. Still written correctly, but it's upper lowercase matters in the source code. So that doesn't work. You have to write that correctly. In the same way, you cannot write this, upper lowercase matters. And this also shouldn't work, upper lowercase matters. Yeah, I want to talk about the editor for a moment. Here we have the library where you can write your source code. I'm not doing that anymore. I have my source code in an external editor. How did I get it in an external editor? Did I hack the program? No, you just use copy. This copy button copies the entire source code, all the lines, or the existing lines, from here to here, into the clipboard. And with paste, I will paste the clipboard in here. In other words, you can use an external editor if you want to just shove some things around, want to use a block select and blah 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 blah, which I have more convenience, because this is really a very basic one. No wonder. I mean, look at this. We have a source code editor here in a 3D engine game. That's pretty outstanding. How did the developers even do this? Well, every line is a texture. These textures are being calculated dynamically. So when you open the editor and the lines are very different from the last time that you had the editor open, because maybe, for example, you're looking at a very different source code, then this will take a few seconds before the editor actually opens, because it has to calculate all these textures. These are graphics. Every line is a texture. Anyway, so and you can click clear, which just empties this, or you can just click import from the computer screen from a chip that doesn't have any code yet. That also works, of course. And paste. Yeah. Can make that transparent. I don't do that. It looks ugly and it's not so important to me. Then here we have keywords. Occupied, for example. I mean, currently I'm reading from the gas sensor the temperature, but I could also read from the arc furnace whether the slot is occupied, and then I would use this keyword. So these are those kind of keywords. Just an overview that you don't really need, but it's there. And then here we have an overview of constants. For example, color. Color.black, color.blue. How is that useful? Well, look, this is green. Let's make that blue. I will now tell the LED that the color shall be 0, which is blue. Export. Or I can say instead color.yellow or white. Let's use white for the temperature of the room. Or red. Yeah, red makes more sense since it's the temperature. See, we can use those constants. Some of these are mentioned, I believe, in the Stationpedia article of the respective object, so there are various sources of information in Stationeers, all of which you should have an eye on, so that in your head slowly the puzzle pieces build and then slowly gravitate towards each other and start building little islands, and then you can use those islands actively and build the bigger puzzle pieces and really solve the puzzle. A dynamic, interactive first-person survival puzzle, like the best game ever made. Okay, variables, and then there's also this here, the functions. These are the commands that you can use. Oh, that's a lot of commands, isn't it? It's not that many actually. For example, let's look at the B command. That didn't work. B and E. Yeah. Okay, that didn't help. Okay, let's say B and E. I will explain this later, but just to give you an overview of these commands, B and E is like the jump command that jumps to a certain line, except this one jumps conditionally, only when a certain condition is fulfilled. So we can, for example, say if this value is lower that value, then you jump, else you don't. And here this NE means not equal. There's also EQ as in equal. There's also GT as in greater than, and GE greater than or equal, or LT less than, or LE less than or equal. And did I say EQ? I guess so. And that's, I believe, all that exists. So this particular command exists in like 4, 5, 6 variations, but it's always the same command. I mean, it does different things, right? Obviously, the logic is different, equal, less than, so forth. Yeah. But I think you have just grasped. Yeah, that's that same command. It's just written differently, so it acts differently. And so, in the same way, these 4 variants that we have here of that command exist for all of the others too. EQ, LT, GT, same here, same here. And so when you look at this, we have one dimension here, one branch, and then we have the other dimension there that goes towards EQ and LT and so forth, the other variants, the other comparison types. That's one dimension that multiplies the amount of commands that we have. And here we have this dimension. And so we have basically a raster here. We have 4, and then we have 4 again, and 4 again, and 4 again. So like there's like 30, 40 commands only for that kind of thing. And so then when you think about this Scully list, the list is not actually that long. Let's look at the B and E again while we're at it. What are the other variants? This one is the same as this one, and maybe you have remembered AL was the term that means write the current location the program is in into the RA register, the return address register, and so later we can jump to RA from the place that we are jumping to here. So from here we are possibly jumping to some kind of subroutine. Then we do some subroutine stuff, and then we jump back to RA, which will get us right to underneath this line. That's what AL does. AL only makes sure that the RA register will have the current location, else RA will not be touched. That's all this does. Then we have, actually what we're seeing here is 2 dimensions. We have one dimension here with the different variants, EQ and E and so forth, like I said. And we have the dimension of NE and NEAL, so with and without AL. And then we have also the dimension of Z. So whether the Z is part of this. So one dimension, a second dimension. So yeah, basically you can see the concept of bits expressed here. Here we have the first bit, and here we have the second bit. Overall, 4 values are being expressed. Anyway, what does Z mean? You can see here that branch to line C if A is not equal B. This is basically R0, for example, and this would be 20. And so if R0 is not equal to 20, then we will jump here. We'll jump to line C. So if here we write 12, we will jump to line 12. Don't worry, we can also use labels. And down here we have kind of the same command. Branch to line B if A is not equal to 0. Aha! So this and that is the same, except here you can say A not equal to something. And here you cannot say that. Here it will always be A not equal to 0. That's what this Z means. So a lot of statements will have a Z in it just as another variant that you don't have to use if you find that too complicated and too fanciful. Why do these even exist? Because the language that you see here is pretty much a realistic assembly language, and processors speak this particular language, not this exact language, but in principle. They will have these simple statements with 2 or 3 parameters, or 1 sometimes, or sometimes none, I guess, and then they will do that. And that's how processors work. That's how they think. That's the statements they use. And I learned assembly in the 1980s on the Amiga with its Motorola 68000 processor, which had also some commands which had a Z in it. And the reason for that is as follows. The command here is of course written in memory somewhere. In memory, though, we do not see L or S or SUB. Instead, there are only like, I don't know, let's say 64 different commands. So then we need 6 bits to express this. 6 bits, which allow 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Wait, that's 5 bits, no? No, that's 6 bits. We need 6 bits to express 64-bit different values. So we would need 6 bits to tell the computer, to tell the processor which command is actually currently meant. And why is it done like that? Because somehow the information has to come from memory to the processor. And if we do it like this, then maybe we're gonna have some extra bit there. Like we wanted 80 commands, but 6 bits don't do it. They only have 64 possible commands. So we need an extra bit. But then we have 128 possible commands. But we only need 80. Oh, so we can just make some extra commands by using the same amount of memory in the same performance, but then we can use some extra commands with a Z, with a 0, because 0 is a special case that occurs often. Why would we even do such a thing? Because the information what to compare to here also has to come from memory. And if we have the Z already implied in the few bits of the command itself, then we don't have to do an extra memory access, which is slow and also, takes some memory cell, from which the data has to come, but we have that directly turbo in the command itself. That's why. And that's why that exists here too. Though here it's just fanciful, I guess. So now you know the background of that. Okay, that's enough on that. Let's go back to the actual programming. Oh, by the way, you can pause the simulation here to have more time thinking while the world around you, so that the world around you doesn't explode so much. And meanwhile, the temperature has increased to 25 degrees. So, yeah, if the temperature keeps increasing, maybe you want to program while paused. Now we have seen the alias command to give the screws some names, and we have seen the load command and the write command, and we have used the sub command. We are subtracting from this value this number. The result is written into the target. The target is always the first thing that comes after the statement. I want to do this thing to that thing. I want to do this thing to that thing. I want to load this thing into that thing. So I have also talked about the branch commands and the jump commands. Let's put those into practice actually. Start. Jump, start. And yield. We remember this, right? I mean, why should the program... okay, what I'm doing here is okay, what happens here? When I write this program to the chip, or when I put the chip, when I take it out of the housing and put it in there again. Or if I turn the housing off and turn it on again. In all these cases, what happens, I'm pretty sure that it's really all the same, the chip will start running from the start. So this will be executed. It will define that this screw shall be known under this name, which will even show up in the housing. And la la la. And then nothing happens here. And then we have this here, which also doesn't do anything. It's just an identifier to which we can then jump. You can see that here. And that's certainly better than jumping to 3, because if I keep editing the program, that is bound to produce ridiculously bad errors, and you would have to keep correcting all the numbers all over the place. Just use labels. And you have to write them correctly. Upper, lowercase matters. Then I'm reading the temperature. I'm talking about the yield soon. I'm reading the temperature from the sensor, turning that into Celsius, making sure that the LED is set to color red. I can do that basically up here because it doesn't have to be done every time. Same for the mode, the numeric mode. I can do that down here. It's not bad. But if you ever have considerations of where to put which line or to save some lines, whatever, these are the considerations that you can make. This has been written. This has been done. I don't have to do it again. So just do it one time up here. So the head of the program will be executed. Then we're getting to this point, reading the temperature, turning into Celsius, writing it to the LED. Double-click Ctrl-C, double-click Ctrl-V. That's the same thing. Just the same thing. D1 and sense gas, that's the same thing. It's an alias. So now this has happened. No, it has not. I have told the game that this is what shall happen. In other words, when we then get down here, what the game will do in the program, it will jump up here immediately. Ignore the yield statement, please. Then we will get down here and read the temperature again. Which temperature you think will we get here? We will get the same temperature that we got before, because the game hadn't simulated any change yet. Nothing happened yet. The value here hasn't even arrived on the LED yet. Nothing has happened yet. The reality is currently frozen. We have a moment in time, a time slice. And this time slice allows me to interact with it. I can read it, I can write to it. And then we have to say, okay, now that the time slice has been altered, let reality happen for a bit. One step. And then we interact with that next version of reality. That is what the yield statement does, and that's why most Stationeers programs will look something like this. Start, yield, la la la, jump start. You can leave the yield statement out. Like I said, the program will force a yield statement after it has executed 128 lines. But this will also then mean, where will that occur? Here? Between these two lines? Or between these two lines? You don't know. I mean, you can do the math, maybe you can figure it out, but it might be this line, and it's different every time because it's not synchronized with the 128. If I make 8 lines here, then maybe I can calculate that, but you see, it doesn't make sense. I should put a yield statement so that the yield takes place because it's meaningful, and also so that I'm in control of when that happens. So enough on that, let's run that program. Export, and then we constantly see the temperature update. And there we go. We constantly see the temperature update. If the temperature would change faster, the numbers here on the right would no longer be pleasant, no longer be helpful. As an example, you can look at the tooltip where the number is written with many more decimal places. It just looks like spam. Flash, 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 flash. It doesn't tell you anything. It only tells you something at the seam between the constant number that is not changing or is slowly changing and the dynamic number that's changing from moment to moment. And so maybe we want to make this number here shorter. How can we format a number? Well, it's pretty uncomplicated. Round A0 A0. What I have done now is I have rounded the temperature value that I had there to a whole number. So if the value would have been 25.5, we would see 26 here. But rounding is a bit brutal. Well, then just multiply. A0 is the target, A0 is the source, multiplication, let's say 1000, and then do the same again with division. And so we shift the entire number to the left, round it, then shift it back to the right, and now we have 3 decimal places. Neat, huh? maybe give it another one. Yeah, that's programming in Stationeers. Okay, what's the next step? Well, let's talk about registers for a moment. You have seen that I'm using R0. Why am I using R0? Well, obviously I need to pick one, and why not start at 0? Why not take the first register that exists? R15, that's more to write, right? But that's not all. There's another reason. We can also use alias on registers. For example, I can say temperature. I would say temperature R15. So we read the station temperature, the room temperature, into register, whatever register that is, because I no longer care, and convert that to Celsius. So that's what I've done now. Now I have this register R15, which I call temperature, but I could also write R15. It is the same effect. It's an alias, just like here. It's the same thing. See, this is kind of a temporary variable, which I'm kind of raping in any way that I want. I can form that in any way that I want to. But I will need that from time to time. R0, R1, R2, 3 maybe, or 4 even. But then that's it. That's all I need. But some values, they should be persistent. They should be available to the entire source code. Because maybe I will react to the temperature that I've measured in the room here in my cooling system, but also to show it on the LED display, but also maybe to do other things. For example, to show some kind of graphical progress bar as to how hot it is in the station, which we can also do. And so I want that to be more permanent. And so I would write that into a register whom I give a name, which I've done here. And so see, you grow your temporary registers from 0, and you grow your more permanent registers from up here, from R15. R16 doesn't exist. I don't know why we can do that here. I guess it will now show an error. It won't? That's weird. Okay, I will try to figure out what R16 is then. Anyway, we have 16 registers from 0 to 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 15, plus the 0, that's 16. Okay, now I have the temperature here, but I'm no longer displaying it. Well, then just paste the temperature here also. No, do not. This is the understanding, the knowledge of the temperature that we have. This here is only to display it. Here I'm changing it. Here I'm changing the value. Only for displaying. But I don't want the actual knowledge that I have of the temperature itself to change. Why would I change that? You might say, well, I still only need 1 or 2 or 3 digits after the decimal place, so why would I not change that? Okay, fine, fair point. And there's some very particular programs that might even be what you really want and need. However, in that moment, you're creating a dependency in your head that need not be there. What if later I decide I only want 1 decimal place? This would then change this here for all other parts of the program also. What if the other parts of the program though want 3 or 4 decimal places? They no longer exist. So obviously we want not to touch this here. So what am I doing here? I'm saying multiply the temperature with this value into R0. And henceforth we will just deal with R0. I retrieve it from here, and henceforth I have it in my little R0 cosmos, and I just deal with it then also. In this way. So we can also give the registers names. Maybe we want to do something more dynamic. Let's say, for example, before we get to the actual cooling system, here I've turned on the light with the logic chips and so forth. And here I have turned on all of these guys with this switch. Can I also do that with programming? Yes, of course. One thing I could do is I could write to this logic chip, to this logic memory, which is currently not connected to the rest here, but I could connect it and then I could write to it. I could write to this with a chip. And so then if I write a 1 in here, the batch writer would see that 1 and hand it over to these devices. There's one way to do it. Or I can also say to all of these devices, just with programming, that they shall be on. That's possible also. Are these on the same network? That's a good question. I think so. Yep, they are all on the same network. This one though isn't. Everything here is a separate network because this cable is not connected. That chip internally doesn't connect them. So this chip and that chip and this thing, all these things that have multiple connectors, they separate cable networks. If you so wish, I mean, you can just bridge them if you want. But that's an extra feature that they bring with them. So now I would want to know, now I want to write a value to all of these together. How can I do this? Well, I could use a screw here, right? No. You can only choose one particular device here for one of these screws. So if you want to do more, then you're screwed. But you can use a command that does that. Let me just clear the program. Or should I? We already have this nice temperature reading here. I will leave all of this here. It gets a bit confusing for you though. Well then just put two programs in the same place. Hello? I mean, be careful when you do such a thing, when you add a new line up here, because we only have 128 lines. And if you have some text down here that's relevant, and usually is very relevant, because it might just well be this one, your main loop continuation thing, you know? And you do this, it's gone. Gone forever, gone for good. If you confirm this now, your program will just do its thing one time and then will stop. That's a dead giveaway of the last line having been gone. And, you know, if you design stuff like this. I mean, usually we have some subroutines down here, so the jump statement is not the last one in your program, but then maybe some return statement of a subroutine is missing. You don't want to lose your source code, so keep that in mind. Anyway, we can now... Oh, I overlooked the first line. I can just move all of that out of the way. Why, for whatever reason, the cursor is no longer there, I don't know. Interesting. If I press Enter too quickly, it loses the cursor focus here. I've never encountered this bug, but it's reliable, I just reproduced it at will. Interesting. Here I want to end the program. How can I do this? Well, this is one way to do it, not the best one, halt, catch, fire. Another one would be that I jump to line 128. I don't know if that's possible. Let's try that. The line doesn't exist, you know, in the source code. Does that work? Well, it's not complaining. So yeah, that's a legitimate way to end the program. Can we also write end or something? No, that doesn't work. Okay, now up here I can write a new program. We can forget that there's some other source code in here. What program do I want to write? Start... No, not start. I don't want to write an endless loop. Oops. I want to turn all the heaters, the wall heater. Let's look at the wall heater. There's the wall heater. Here we have the kit wall heater with which we can build the wall heater. Similarly, we have the iron wall kit, which can build all of this stuff. The kit always tells you what you need to print so that you can build the thing, and what you can build from the kit. And then take the kit and you build, and you use the mouse wheel to build. And these are the things that you can build, and so you can click here, and then you add the actual thing that you can build with it. The structure. And from here you can get back to the kit, which is the kit. And the prefab name, that's the name that the Stationeers executable, the program, the game simulation itself uses internally, is this, item kit wall iron. And similarly, here for the wall heater we have the item wall heater. Do I want to address the item wall heaters on the ceiling? No, because they are not items. The item is the thing that I hold in my hand. The kit, basically, you know? What I want to address is the wall heater. And so I need to talk to the structure wall heater. And let me just do this. I will explain this. haha, this doesn't work. The on value must be set to 0. I think you pretty much know what this does, right? Exactly. And that was instant, wasn't it? No stupid delay because of all the logic chain here, but instant. Power, baby. And very quickly. I mean, this one line here, this line is everything we needed. What does this line do? It writes, it's an S again, a write batch, I will explain that later. It writes to all the devices of this type on 1. And this one line does that. What I needed here to do that, I needed this hardware, which needs to be cabled up to have power. Another cable that connects to the logic memory, which then holds the value. Another cable to the batch writer, which then gets the value and writes it. And I had to use the screw to set all of that up. And this one consumes 10 watts constantly, and so does this one. Now this one consumes 50 watts, or if you will, only 10 if we do that in here. But, I mean, obviously we're not really considering the few watts. What we have to consider is how easy it is. Once you know what you want to do, you can just say, my will is this. Hey computer, I have this will. Do it. Export. Bam. The computer does it. That's the power that you want. That's why you want to learn programming general and particularly in Stationeers. Now you might say, well, let me just go on another tangent, which I do a lot of in this video. Programming in general. I said that programming is something that ultimately everybody will learn and know. I said that about like 2 years ago, and it was just when AI was coming into the game. And now that AI is in the game, oftentimes programming is something that we do with AI. I, for example, have 40 years of programming experience, and I also use AI. I mean, for example, a few days ago at the office, I wrote 2 programs in a time span of like half an hour by just prompting the AI, hey, do the thing, and then it did the thing. Those were simple programs, obviously, because the AI is still pretty stupid and you need to verify that what it's doing is correct and so forth and so on, but we're getting there. So doesn't this mean that no one really needs to learn programming? Well, here's the reason why I thought that programming is something that everybody will learn, and afterwards the reasoning why I think it's still a good thing to know programming these days. So first, the reason. We started in the caves as primitive people, and we were trying to survive, and we're trying to escape the suffering, the hunger, the cold, the illnesses. And well, then at some point we had climbed to this nice meshing network of one guy does the farming, the other guy does the delivering, one guy manages the money logic of the society, and so forth in principle. All of this meshing thing that is one big infrastructure that we're all gloriously participating in, and that will be a shit ton of work to get to Mars once we want to settle there. So the first 100-200 years on Mars will not be fun. But we will get there, obviously. We have to get off this planet. We have to make sure that we're multiplanetary. And also, even if that's not a need that we have an infinite universe to conquer. Do we really want to sit on our asses here and not do that? No! Anyway, so this nice infrastructure now, which makes it much easier for us. And what is the trajectory there? It is from suffering reality to being nicely coexistent with reality to controlling reality. So basically from your emotion being the slave to reality to your emotion living kind of in coexistence with reality so that it no longer suffers, to reality being the slave of your emotion. That's the trajectory that mankind is on, and that is indeed what this is, and this is indeed the correct abstraction. Maybe not the exact words, making slave to and so blah blah, you know what I mean. This is the exact right way to describe it. From being imprisoned in this, to kind of coexisting with it, to ultimately being its masters. That is what mankind is trying to do, and you can see these days that we're very, very far on that already, because when on your ride home, you can already turn on the washing machine, or you can order the food, and then when you're home 5 minutes later, someone comes to your door with that, or make that 15 minutes, no need to risk it. You know, this kind of thing. We now have the reality is more and more at our fingertips. Because the digital worlds and the actuators make it possible. What are actuators? An actuator is a thing that turns an idea or an intention into an action. Like your muscles are actuators, or the muscles in a robot are actuators. A robot arm is an actuator. But since we are also living so much in a virtual world these days, even writing an email is basically actualization, because someone will read that and will be affected by it. This is an action that has an effect on reality. And so mankind is really currently meshing reality more and more deeply with the digital world on the one hand, like for example emails or displays on the screen, which are really just virtual, but they affect us, don't they? And also the soon incoming and certainly completely globally, and yes, you too, smartphone replacing technology of augmented reality glasses that will come and you will use it. End of story. Whatever you think right now, it's wrong. You will use them. It will just, that's just the truth. Anyway, you will see. It's a bet. Let's make some dollars bet, and you will all have to pay me. Or I have to pay all of you. But something like that will replace the smartphone, where we just see an overlay of reality that will be meshed with reality. And so we are living in infinite worlds all of a sudden, instead of just one, instead of just one plus one. This is, right now, is the world. This world plus one would be like having little pointers that tell you the restaurant is around the corner. But plus infinite is the potential that we have in our near future with augmented reality glasses, where we can say, show me the wires in the wall, even though I cannot really look through the wall. Or show me maybe an overlay that looks like exactly like here in Stationeers, that uses some sensors in your glasses or whatever those sensors really are, so that you can see your environmental temperature and your orientation in degrees, and all of this, just like you see it here, pixel by pixel, in your augmented reality overlay, just for fun. Yes, you will use them. Anyway, so that's the virtualization of the physical world, where adding some information, changing some information, has an actuator effect, because so much of the world is already virtual and will become more and more virtual. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that mind-blowing to realize? Now, and also, now we're turning the physical world more and more in one that we can physically affect, with robot arms, with smart home stuff, when the light can physically turn on and off, when the washing machine can turn on and off, when the outlet, when the electric socket can turn on and off. And soon we will have humanoid robots. Why humanoid? Because the entire world that we, the humans, live in has been designed by us, the humans, for us, the humans, which are humanoids. Therefore, the robots that we build that shall coexist here with us and help us must of course be humanoid to be most effective. And they will be here, and that will be more actualization. So, and then, in addition to all of that, we are also getting AI right now, which will think in parallel to us and act meaningfully on the world, like electric vehicles are already doing that, driving us through the physical world. I mean, that's like, well, that's indeed a vehicle pulled by horses, except the horses are now a motor, which we have gotten used to. But never in history has such a vehicle ever not been controlled by a human. That's new. That has never existed before and is about to become normal. And so we have this meshing of virtualization of the physical world, so that more types of actuators can exist that just act on the virtual world, but that is then effectively real still for us. We have the physical control of the physical world. So more actuators are coming in, robot arms and robots. We have more ways to control that, because we will be more intimately meshed with all of that, because once we have the augmented reality glasses, we need to somehow control them. Will we sit down on our desk to do that? No, we will have, I don't know, gestures, or we will touch our chest or something like that. Maybe even thought control, because currently already mind interfaces exist. Various companies are working on those, and disabled people are being helped by that a lot. Someone is sitting there not being able to even use their arms, they can now fly a model plane, they can now play chess, they can now play computer games. All of that is now true. Look it up, it's real. This is what mankind has achieved, and I take off my hat to you, mankind, for achieving that. For I certainly didn't do that. and I take off my hat before you, people who have created the computer, the machine that runs 24/7 for 10 years straight without making one mistake, even though it has trillions of bits inside. That is space technology right there, and it is normal now. Do you not see how ridiculous this is? All of this. It's a game like this here, for us, for Stationeers players, is normal. Even though, yes, we do find it still exceptional, but, well, for us it's normal. And there are other games who simulate deeply and are complex. That's awesome. So we are really on a trajectory that will basically turn reality into our servant. That's the path that we're on. Really. That the world becomes our friend and our servant, and the most comfortable living room. And that has been the goal for mankind all along. And programming is a way of telling a machine to become your servant. That is why I said in the past that everybody will learn programming inevitably, because it's so natural. Because it is natural for a human being to try to manifest their will, their fantasy. And the best way to do that is to tell a machine in a very powerful language to do that in a very complex way. That's the most powerful way to do that, and therefore the most natural thing for us to eventually be able to do is to tell a machine what to do. Now these days we can do that in human language, fine, but still, now we get to the reasoning why I think that programming is still a good thing for you to learn, because it teaches you abstraction. Because what a programmer is, and I with indeed 4 decades on my back have reflected on that a lot, is you're turning fantasy into reality, literally. I mean, you have some fluffy intention, like I want to program something, I want to make a machine do something for me. Like, for example, I want the light here to turn on and off automatically, or I want the things up here to turn off and on when and so that's my idea. Now I have a machine that can do that for me, and now I have to write down in the right language that the machine understands to do that. This, of course, is very simple. I just turned this on and off. One line of code. But usually, as a programmer, you have to create magic spells. Subroutines. You create a subroutine that is called turn the light on, or flip the light switch, and then you put the lines of code in there that do that, and then henceforth you just call that one program, that subroutine, which is now a programming statement, when before it didn't exist. These things, you can create them yourself. Even here in Stationeers, you can jump to a subroutine that does something for you. For example, if you have your manufacturers here, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is the standard, and you want all of those to turn on when you come into the room. Okay, that's a bit simple maybe, you wouldn't do that in a subroutine, but in principle, you could write a subroutine that does that, and then you would write the name or the type or whatever of your manufacturer into a register. Then you would call that subroutine. The subroutine would use whatever is in that register to do whatever it wants to do, and then would return to whatever place you called it from. Then you write another value into that register, and then you call it subroutine again. And so in this way you can deal with all the 4 manufacturers, and I'm doing that because my manufacturers have stackers on top of them. And I want the stackers to turn on simultaneously with the manufacturer. And if I turn off the manufacturer, I want the stacker to spit out what it has, and then to turn off. So I do that in a subroutine, and I have only one subroutine, even though I have 4 manufacturers with which I'm doing that. So you're turning fantasy into reality. You have, do we have a triangle here somewhere? That would be helpful. Nom 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 nom. Because it's a helpful way to imagine that. Oh, there's one. Okay. Triangle-ish. Okay. This here is reality. That would be a triangle. At the very top is the complete undefinedness upon which it all rests. And then we have the structure and the atoms and so forth, and the individual events in macroscopic space. Or, in your mind, which is kind of a mirror image of reality, up here you have your intentional, your emotion, the most alive thing. And down here you have memories and structures and intentions and logic. So you would have the idea here to write a program. Which kind of program? Well, I want to turn the heaters on and off. So now you have an idea of what you want to do. And then you get more and more concrete, like how do you want to do that? For example, currently I have these 2 program statements which ridiculously just turn it on and off. I don't want that. I want a switch to do that. So this is the next step. First I have the intention, then I have the intention as to what, and then things get more and more concrete. And in the same way it works in programming, and at some point you get to the actual typing of commands, and things get more and more concrete. And then when you're down here, you have manifested some reality in programming space, or in your head by thinking up lots of structures, or in physical reality by building, I don't know, a car or whatever. And then when you realize you have made a mistake up here, that is a big mistake, because it affects everything below it. Just for example, if up here I would have decided I don't want to turn on and off the heaters, instead I want to control my cooling. Guess what? That changes everything down here, obviously. So we have an abstraction pyramid here, and the upper thing here, that's the all-containing set. This one is like a cone, like a ray of light that is a conical, that casts its light down here into every place. And everything that you add here also affects everything below it, or at least some big cone below it. And that's how reality itself also works. If you learn about individual bicycles, if you've seen enough of these, then you can abstract, okay, this is a bicycle, now I know what those look like. Same for cars. Then you can see all the data points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars, you've seen all of these, and you can climb up here and say, okay, now I have understood this data point also, which is the abstraction of all the cars. I know now what a car looks like. If a new one comes along, I know immediately it's part of this set. If I see a new bicycle, I know immediately it's part of this set. And so we have a point here that's all bicycles, and here a point here that is all cars. Now you can look at both of these data points and can say, oh, that's what a personal vehicle looks like. Bop, next data point up here, and so forth and so on, until we had atoms and subatomic particles and gravity, and then we have understood the universe itself. That's abstraction. The abstraction pyramid of existence, the abstraction pyramid of having any projects that you plan, and the abstraction pyramid of your mind also. Isn't that interesting how all of that works identically? Almost as if the universe is mind, or was created by mind. But okay, let's go back on topic. That's why I think why programming is such a good thing to learn still at this age, because it's very good to be able to navigate this pyramid, to know I'm up here, to know I'm down here, to know I have to go back up here to fix things, to know up here is very, very important, and things down here are not so important then because they're not so impactful. If gravity itself in the universe would change, bad. If this particular planet changes, who gives a fuck? It's not our planet. See, the higher it gets, the more important it is. Same here in programming. So it's good to know that this abstraction pyramid exists and how it works, and to navigate it. That is why programming is good, because programming requires you to abstract. How? Well, I want to turn this thing on and off. Okay, where's the abstraction there? I need to tell that to the computer. I need to write a value here so that they're on and that they're off. That's not the thought. The original thought was I want to turn them on and off. To think that I have to write a value here that does that, that's an abstraction, or that's going into the nitty-gritty, into the details. Anyway, okay, now let's go back on to actual concrete stuff. How would we implement the cooling system here? We would have to make a decision. We would have to decide, is it too warm or too cold? Okay, let's delete all of this stuff here. Right, I wanted to show you one more thing, so let's go back here. I have written the command S here. We have S and SB, and there's also SBN, and SBNS, SBNS, no? Oh, but SBS exists at least. SBNS is sadly missing, and SS also exists. Now this sounds like a lot of stuff, but remember these? It's systematic. Now let me explain the system to you. By demonstrating something. I will now give one of these guys, or two of these, a name. That should do it, right? Yeah. What do you expect will happen now? So I just told, with the computer, I just told all of the wall heaters that are on that same cable network that if they happen to have that name that I chose there, then they shall turn off, turn on. Could also have just turned off all of them and only, you know, that's the same effect. I turn all of them off, but turn on only these two. If I do the opposite, that's not so good, because let's do that for a moment. Yeah, as you can see, you can take out a line, make it inactive by putting this, I don't know what the name is, in front of it. So here I will turn on all the wall heaters. And then I sleep for 2 seconds, and then or for 1 second, and then I turn off only those wall heaters, which is not good. Oops! Now we're getting into astronaut action engineering mode. Let's make sure that we turn all of them off. Whew, because that would have gotten toasty. See, we're astronaut programmers. Okay, so we have seen S addresses DB, which is the base device on which the chip is housed, or one of the screws. It also addresses something else I'm not going to go into right now. And then we have SB, which is write batch. That is literally and exactly what this thing does, the batch writer. You're saying, this is the type of device I want to write to. Wall heater. And now I've copied that number to clipboard. And maybe you already wondered, can we use this name also? Yes, we can. We can actually. Therefore, henceforth, we no longer need to use that number. And what's even better than that, we can define that up here as a command. I haven't yet told you. Define, let's say, heater, structure wall heater. Aha! So henceforth, I can just use this here. Here I'm telling all the wall heaters, wait. Could the music be a bit less stupid, please? Thank you. Alrighty. Here I'm defining heater, the keyword. Don't confuse it with alias. Alias is dynamic and define is constant. Alias tells me that this word henceforth refers to whatever this register is currently holding, no matter which it is. And it tells me that whatever the screw is currently assigned to, that is the name that I'm henceforth using in here. But define defines a constant word. See, maybe you guessed it already. This number and that name, that's the same thing. If I shove this word here into the hash function, the outcome is this number. So the wall heater word here doesn't say this. It says this. But we don't have to care about that. And you have already seen what that looks like, right? The words. I can, for example, say define sense gas hash, and then I write structure, because it's always a structure. Gas sensor. Yep, that's indeed what it's called. Sense gas. The gas sensor is called structure gas sensor. And we have the active vent. Guess what? Structure active vent. Structure active vent. This number, can you remember that? No. Can you make up this word in your head? Yes. And very often that will be correct. Sometimes you will run into problems, so we have to look things up. For example, the station battery is just structure battery. This one is structure battery large. And things get particularly colorful when we're dealing with a pipe analyzer, which we will have to deal with. because this one was misspelled by the Stationeers programmers, and they have just left this name like this to be backwards compatible. Even though in my opinion that's not necessary, they could just support both words and then use the correct one here. Structure pipe analyzer. Structure pipe analyzer. Except analyzer. So to type this correctly, just type analyzer and then try to create the word size, as in big and so forth. In here, SI, put that in here. Pipe analyzer. Let me just copy that. Okay, define pipe analyzer. I always use this short word because I want to type short words, that's why. I can also then write this one shorter, but that makes it look funny. Anal heat, what? So, structure pipe analyzer, now we have the type defined. And hey, what? Can I also define this up here? Yes, I can. I can say that I define heat special or whatever, and then I can write this here. So this turns this text into a number, and this number will then be stored in this name. And so I'm saying write to all devices that have this number, this type number, that also have this name, that they shall be on. Sleep 1 second and then turn all heaters off. You don't have to do it exactly like this, I'm just showing you examples, concepts, you know. Come on. So what have we learned? Now, if you want to address a device, you don't have to use the screws. You can just give those devices some name so that individual device will be addressed. Or you can say, I want to address all of those devices, so I don't care about the name, and in this particular case, that is indeed so. Why should I filter out some heaters? I want to turn on the entire heating system up there. If I want to do that. I actually don't want to do that now. I have the switch over there already. That is only for testing. But I do need the gas sensor. So can I read from the gas sensor now? Well, yeah, that's a batch read. So, how do I make this clear now? I will just explain it. Okay, here we have a gas sensor, and since gas indoor is the name, I can use the labeler to rename it. I'm not gonna rename it, I will just press Ctrl C with all the text selected. All the text selected. Hey, why doesn't this work? Oh, Rocket works, goddammit. Okay, turn off the thing and go in here. And then I can say I want to read from that particular gas sensor. Define sense gas indoor hash. There we go. I will leave the wall heater up here. Wall heater, not bad. And then jump start. So, as a stationeer, you will place down the chip, you will place down the computer with the IC editor motherboard, you will connect it, you will select the right chip in the drop down, then you will write a program. And it usually starts with start, or whatever you use here. Some people write loop. I don't know, if I start is better. Start, yield, and then do whatever you want to do, and then go back. Now you have a machine that constantly works. What will it do? I don't know, imagine it in your head, then make it more concrete, type it out, and then enjoy your 3D first-person manifestation. So what do we want to do? We want to load the gas sensor temperature into a register. Well, I have already done this stuff here. I will recycle some of that, because I want to now let go of these. I want to no longer use these. So when I click forward here, I can only select something. It is inescapable. But I can also go backwards with this key. I mean, for me it's R, for you it's C probably. And then I will also encounter what is normally not visible, or at least I hope so. Has a lot of wall heaters. No device. See, here I have the wall lights. Currently I've selected the wall light and now the active vent and now the batch writer. The red stuff is not visible. Now I press R to go backwards. Active vent and oh, there's the red stuff. No device. So you can explicitly select no device. It just doesn't work forwards. For whatever reason. It's not important that I do this, what I have just done here. I just want to be neat. Alrighty, so to have that which we had before, I need to address this thing, which is the LED large. Because guess what? The LED large is a different one from the medium and small one. And that's the name. I can never fucking remember this name. Define LED hash start yield. This goes away. I don't know if I can actually clear those names from the housing. I guess there's one way to do it. The program is still on the chip. But the funny. Yeah, the old program is still on the chip, so it's still doing that when we insert it here. Okay, does this then also happen? It's a good opportunity to check that. No. Aha. So this appears to stop the program right in its tracks and then resumes it. Aha. So it's not like it's not starting over. But this is. So go away, alias. Here I'm setting the color. How would that work then here? I will just comment this out for now, and then we do that when it's the time. Alias temperature. Yeah, I want to keep that, because the temperature to me is still some kind of global variable that I want to keep around. This goes away, that goes away. Now I need to load the temperature into the register. How do I do that? You know that. Load batch, or even load batch named if I want to be so certain, if I want to be so sure. And where do I load that? Well, currently I can't see which value is which, but remember the first that you want to give this command is where does the data go? Here. Where does the data come from? From any and all gas sensors, since it's a batch command. And since it's the batch named command, we also need the name. That's why I usually just copy this name and paste it here also, and just cut off the rest. And now we need to give the batch mode. Remember, I told you that the batch reader, one of the screws defines what it shall do. Average, maximum, minimum, or add all of those up. The same applies here, because the same concept applies. If multiple values are in play, which currently they are not, because I only have one gas sensor on this pipe network, this cable network, and furthermore, I only have one gas sensor on this cable network that has this name, and I'm using this approach here. I'm saying load the value from any and all devices of this type that also have this name. I could also do this. That will also work in the particular situation we're in, but hey, why not be precise? It doesn't hurt. So I'm loading precisely from that one gas sensor. And that's a good way to learn it, it's a good way to do it, even though in particular situation here it's not necessary. Why? Because here with the screws, as a beginner, you could just simply select the device that you want to address. And now, here with the names, we can not just use 6 screws, or actually 2 in this case, but 10, 20, 30, because we can just write down the name. And here we have the flexibility to address all the devices, or some of those devices, or only one individual device. And so you want to use this, even if it's not particularly necessary. In most cases you want to use this regardless. Not always, but in principle. I mean, you are the programmer, you will make the decision. Just telling you what seems prudent. Because you want to make sure that you're only dealing with this one gas sensor. What if you have another gas sensor on the same cable network somewhere, somehow? I mean, why you would do that, I don't know. But hey, remember? Over here, we have quite a few gas sensors, so sometimes that makes sense. What if I want to find out the average temperature here? In this corner versus the other corner over there? then I would have to make the decision, do I actually want to read from both of these? Which would then probably be just batch, and then would just say average. But okay, you could also say load batch named. And now it still wants to know the batch mode, okay, average for example. You can, I mean, if there are 3, 4, 5, 20 gas sensors on this cable network, you can still read from 2 only. I mean, remember the wall heaters on the ceiling? I addressed only 2. So in this way you can say, I want to address 1 device, 2 devices, all of the devices. That's very useful when you're programming your solar panels, because when you're placing a row of solar panels next to each other, and then another row, the cabling, since you will probably be using the solar panel dual, which has 2 connections instead of just 1 connection, you will probably have alternating rows of cables. So this means that the solar panels will be rotated by 180 degrees, alternatingly by each row. Each row will be rotated differently. In other words, you need to program those solar panels differently then also. So once you have managed to program one row, you will just add to whatever register holds your horizontal orientation of the solar panels 180, which is 180 degrees rotation, of course, and then you will write that value to the other row of solar panels. And you do that by name filtering them. You will, for example, give all of the ones in the first row the name 1. Just the name 1. 1. Makes it simple for you. And the other one, 2. And the next one, 1 again. Cool, huh? Now you have full control. And isn't this better? I mean, now you're not depending on this. You just have your mind and your keyboard and then your will and the road. Here, this is the road. And now this is how you can get your traction, your force onto the asphalt. You don't need the screws anymore. Screw them, just type it. Okay, so now I have the temperature of the gas sensor here, and now I have that in Celsius, and now I want to display that on the LED with this rounding. I will subtract actually 1, so that isn't so distractingly so many digits. And then I want to write that onto the display, and that's all. That's all the program that we had down here. What do I have to do now to write that onto the display, huh? Not this. I need to write to all LEDs of this large type. Coincidentally, my alias had the same name, but you know, make sure that you don't have name collisions. Anyway, writing to any and all LEDs of this large type. I can also use a name filter here, but in this case I will just choose not to, because look at that bird. Just, you know, I will just do it. So that's that. And then I do the same up here to define the color. To make clear that this is actually what's happening, I will change the color. I don't have to write the mode here, because the mode has already been written. But, I mean, it doesn't hurt to do that anyway. So, I will write a different color. Color white. Color.white. Export. Hello? I made a mistake. Okay, when you're in a situation like this, where the expected thing doesn't happen, the first thing you should ask yourself is not where's the typo here in my programming. But, for example, when it comes to programming your arc furnace and nothing's happening, remember the arc furnace has an input on this side and also another one on that side. Usually it comes down to cabling. Have I cabled up everything? Yes, I have. Because we already used this. But that's the question, the first question you should ask. Is everything cabled up correctly? Is it turned on, maybe? And, well, while we're at it, I could also turn this thing on. Why am I using this order of events here? It doesn't matter, it's just esoteric. I'm just trying to be perfectionist. See, I'm setting up how this thing shall behave, and then I turn it on. That's the reason here. Arguably, you could say, well, then you have to turn it on after setting the value here, but I'm setting the value again and again, so that wouldn't actually make sense. So the order here really doesn't matter, it's just me being fanciful. Why doesn't this work? Define LED, structure console LED 1, 2, 3. Is that the right one? I guess so. Yep, that's the right one. And I've defined it as LED. Why doesn't this work? Maybe the reason that it doesn't work is that I have used LED as an alias. But the source code doesn't know that? But let me just find out if that's possibly the case. No. Thankfully that's not the case, because else that would mean that something weird is here in the implementation of Stationeers itself that is not intuitive at all. Why isn't this working? I don't know. Really, I don't. Let me just figure this out offline. Yeah. Two mistakes in there. One, not so relevant right now. I had this on 0, so it was turning the LED off, which it already was. But the more important one is this. Because I remade this, I just overwrote the source code here of that chip, which doesn't matter since there was no source code in there, but that accident just happened to me, and that's not good. Haha, it's still changing, so the program is working. And it changed the color to white, and this thing was turned on. I could now also lock this, so I cannot even turn it off again, but I generally don't lock my devices, except if that makes sense, and there's an upcoming example where that does make sense. Alrighty. Hey, did the music just stop? It did. Okay, where are we here? How can I clear this chip then? Well, clear, confirm, select filtration, export, select this chip again, import. And since I don't want to fall flat on my nose, let's just do this. Thank you, Mr. the Master Maximus. Okay, now we are reading the temperature. Let's go through the entire source code again. I'm defining here the pipe analyzer device type, so I can address any and all pipe analyzers, and on the left there you can see we have one. We will need that to find out if there's still something in that pipe. I still have something in my throat, damn it. And here I'm doing the same for the gas sensor. And what am I doing here? Is this different from that? No. This is the exact same thing. I'm taking a word, I'm turning it into a number. It's only the meaning for the computer that is different. Not here yet, but down here. Here I'm saying I'm reading from a device of this type. And so the computer expects a certain set of numbers because only a certain type, there's a certain list of devices that exist, like 100 different devices or whatever, and those numbers, one of those is expected here. And I could give it this number there, which might even accidentally be correct, probably not. But that's not meaningful. I want to give it this number because this refers to a gas sensor, to any gas sensor. And here it wants to know the name for the name filter. And if I mistype here, the number here will be the correct number for this. But the number here will not hit any device, because none of the devices in existence will have names that fit this number. So load from any and all gas sensors into this register, and gas sensors that happen to have this name, like I said, an unnecessary filter in our particular situation, but let's use it, why not? The temperature logic value. Again, sense gas. Here we see the gas sensor, here we see the logic value. We could also read, for example, what the ratio oxygen is in the particular world box. If we, for example, have a glass box there where there's some gases in there, or some water even, we can read the ratio water. We can read the total moles. We can read the pressure. That's what we can do. And since it's a batch command, I need to tell the computer what is it supposed to do with the multiple numbers. You know that the computer is only getting one number here in a particular situation, but the concept counts. The computer needs to know what to do in case there are multiple numbers. And I'm saying average if I have two gas sensors in particular corners. One in this corner of the station, one in that corner of the station. That would make sense. That would be meaningful. If we would be programming an AIRLOCK, we would certainly be using maximum. Because if there's any gas left anywhere, we want to know of it. Though I guess technically average would also work, since if everything is 0 except 1, the average would also be non-zero, so it would fulfill the purpose. But as a programmer, I should also try to express intention. And therefore I will use this here. What? Well, I need to write this word here, even though I don't actually need it, because we only have one value here that we're reading. The computer needs something here though. So I write this because it's short and is easily typed. And also, and this is interesting, if I accidentally end up reading from multiple gas sensor, even though I have this particular setup here, because I'm being an idiot, because I'm taking this gas sensor and building another one over there and giving it the same name, even though my programming isn't adapted to it, even though that was never my intention, then this will lead to ridiculously wrong numbers. And ridiculously wrong numbers will most quickly give you the impression that something is off. When you're using average here though, you will experience something that is kinda the true number. And that's okay, I guess, except if it was unintentional. Then you want something to tell you that it's wrong. This is basically the fail-fast concept of programming. Fail fast. Give me a short impression of that. Let's say I have a subroutine here. Or whatever, I mean, it's jump, start, whatever. End of subroutine. Okay, in a different programming language, we would have a subroutine that's maybe written like this. That's a different syntax. Here we don't do that. And then we would do some logic here, and some logic there, and some logic there, and some logic there. And let's say at this point, we are using a value, like, I don't know, A0, for example. And this A0 has an invalid value. Then the program will have done this, and will have done that, and will have done that, and then it's doing this thing, but it is doing that with an invalid value. So down here, we are running into a problem. So it would be good if the subroutine, which up here gets its register information, whatever, is fail fast. It checks if A0 is wrong, then fail or whatever. That is fail fast, like throwing an exception or whatever. That's good to do, so that you know early if something is off, instead of going into the weeds of it and then wondering why is it doing the what is happening. Your magic spell, it shall tell you right away when it's not working. And that's also what I'm doing here. I'm saying some, so that if something is off, well, I will learn about it probably. Average will possibly hide the problem. So I'm defining the gas sensor, I'm defining the name of the gas sensor. Both of these are now numbers, and I'm using those numbers down here meaningfully. Here I'm doing this with the LED, and I'm using those numbers here meaningfully. Here I'm using write batch. When I'm saying load batch, instead of load batch named, I also have to use sum or average or maximum, because it's a batch read command, so the same logic applies. It might be multiple read values. But when I write, then I don't have to consider this, because all of the devices, they will accept the value that I gave them. No questions asked. There's no ambiguity there. I don't need to say sum or average or maximum. That's not necessary. That's why I'm not doing that here. And if I would do that, then, well, that's a problem. Incorrect argument count. The amount of arguments that I'm giving this thing, argument, is wrong. And so is the incorrect number of arguments. So the count of the argument is incorrect. Incorrect argument count. By the way, something that some people still get wrong. What's the difference between a parameter and an argument? Let me explain that down here. Let's use a different programming language again. I don't know, public, static, void, do stuff, string, text. So in another programming language, this may be a subroutine. Now I can call that subroutine. I can say do stuff Ah, this is the subroutine. This is the use of the subroutine. This here is the parameter. This here is the argument. So the concrete value that is being put into this parameter of the subroutine, well, that's the argument. And this here that defines the potential argument, that's the parameter. So, incorrect argument count. The parameters have been defined by the Stationeers programming team, and you're getting to know here what those parameters would be. And then I'm filling them in with my arguments. So, now we have, what have we done? I mean, let's ignore all this stuff. This up here is a bit annoying, isn't it? But it has to be there. You can take this whole thing and put it down here in a subroutine and call that up here. Let's do that. I have done that very recently 1 or 2 times, never again after, but I think it's maybe a good way to do it. And so I want to try that out. This is one of those moments when it would be helpful to use an external editor where I can select multiple lines at the same time. And then I would just paste that back in here. But now I'm almost complete. Why bother? So this will make it much more easy to really read what the program is doing. Because, I mean, ultimately, do we want to write programming statements? No. We want to achieve something. Writing the programming statements is the necessity, and admittedly, it's also fun to just have this will and say, hey, computer, do this will of mine, and the computer does it. That's awesome. That's wonderful. That's great. That's fun. But still, ultimately, it's about the purpose. Remember when I said the pyramid? We have this intention to achieve something. Basically, up here is the will. Down here is the manifested result. Everything between here is the bridge that gets us there, and is only the necessity. This here depends on programming language in the case of programming. Or this here depends on whether we have electrical or diesel vehicles, and so forth and so forth. This is the bridge. This is what we want, and this is what we want to achieve. And we have to build that bridge. And therefore it's nice if we can just say, do this stuff. This requires some extra stuff, dude. Okay, then just jump to initialize. Or let's write the lowercase initialize, doesn't really matter, I guess. And so here we have our first subroutine. It seems to be working. Let's verify if it's actually working by changing the color back again to red. Yep, it's working. So what does the program currently do? It does whatever is necessary so that we can get to the actual nitty-gritty. So let's ignore that for now. And then we have the main loop, which runs and runs and runs. So we have an engine here. And it does the yield, but which we know is necessary or meaningful. Then we're reading the temperature. We're turning the temperature into Celsius. You could also comment that if you wish, but remember, comments are source code. This source code is not executed by the computer, but it's executed by your brain. That's why you put it here. So this information here needs to be correct. So this information here needs to be kept up to date. But if you do something wrong here, the computer will tell you. If you do something wrong here, or for example forget to update it, you will not notice. Now you have something here that has effect. That's why you put it there. You put it there so that it has effect on you, or on whoever reads the source code. But this effect is now wrong. Therefore the goal is use as few comments as possible, and not as many comments as possible. Of course, if you're explaining something to a beginner, then it may make sense, for example in a forum post, when you're giving someone some source code, to comment on every line. But in principle, as a proper programmer, which you want to be, you would comment as little as possible. So, for example, if you would have a block here that does the cooling system, and the first thing we're doing here is reading the temperature, then we're knowing already this block here, of all the things combined, this is about temperature. I'm just saying that's one way you could do it without giving an actual headline. Also, a headline costs you one line of the 128 counts, until a yield will be forced, and it costs you 1 line of the maximum amount of lines that we have, which happens to also be 128. And by the way, what did I want to say? Executes this line, that we don't want to step over this line. It was important, but it was really just one glimpse of thought. It didn't build some neurons. I have to now investigate where that was. And of course I don't mean build neuron, but configure. Maybe 1 neuron was affected or 2, but ultimately too weak for me to remember. But now I have remembered, and that is yield. You might think, okay, we now have a yield statement there, therefore the game will not yield. Wrong. This here is the start of your counter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, until 128 has been done. Only except you're jumping up here to start and yield again. So the counter starts anew when you've reached like 10 or whatever. But in principle, yes, the game would force another yield, because it forces another yield always when 128 lines have happened and you didn't yield yourself. So 1 yield doesn't mean now this is out of the way. It's just out of the way for this, and also orchestrates that correctly, because now you know where your yield will take place, like I explained earlier. So what does our program do? It initializes whatever that really does, we don't care. We have our engine here, we have our yield here, and now we're getting to the nitty-gritty, which is get the temperature, turn it into Celsius, write it to the LED. Well, here I cannot see what that really does. I can now write a headline here. What I could also do is just an option. I could take this stuff here and put it up here. So that I would read, oh, this block here is about the LED stuff. Ah, good. Ah, interesting. That's one way to do it. But I will just skip over this, and now let's get to the actual station cooling and heating system. So what do we have to do? See what I talked about, this abstraction pyramid thing. You might think that's fanciful, that's unnecessary, that's spam, that drew out the video unnecessary, which is already very long. But you're wrong. You are wrong. You should really understand this abstraction concept, because it is so very important. Your mind works like this. Project work works like this. Even if it's a project as small as buying something in town, going shopping. And the universe itself works like this. So not knowing that concept just means that you're being left out. And now, why is it relevant? Why do I mention this now? Because now you need to find the right abstraction. What is the next step? We want to pump gas into this thing? No, that is not what we want to do. That is something here. We want to get the room to the right temperature. That is what we want to do. This here is a means to an end, and this here is also a means to an end if I actually want to heat. And so now that we have this, we need to basically want to say, I want to cool the room if necessary. That is the intention that we have. One step down is, we have this cooling assembly here, so we can say, I want to use the cooling assembly to cool the room if necessary. So next step is then, well, that's the question, what's the next step? But if you don't do these steps correctly, then you will run into a dead end or a labyrinth, because you took the wrong abstraction up here, and everything down here will be poisoned. And then going back up here is work. Changing things up here is work. Going back down here and writing everything anew or changing everything is work. And so that if you're someone who is employed, then you know that that's one of the big things that annoy you so much about what the bosses tell you. They have no idea of the necessities of the implementation. And so they will just say, well, do the thing, then you do the thing and you think you have been told the proper thing, but later you find out that was not the proper thing, or they just changed their mind because they didn't know about the nitty-gritty, or they didn't care about how much money that would cost, how much time that would cost. So the mistakes up here will cost you dearly down here. And since you are the expert who knows about all of this, when you are employed and someone tells you to do a thing, ask, confront the person, be specific about it. Make sure that you have the true information, and make clear that this will have consequences if that information is wrong. because you are the one who knows about the body here. They don't. Their job is a different one, and that's good, because someone has to do that job too. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to cool the room if necessary. Let's, we need to take baby steps here. Which step could we reasonably take in this endeavor? One of the steps that we can do is, we could say, cool. So like pump this thing full or whatever. That's something we could do, but the next question we would have to ask ourselves, okay, we don't want to do that yet in a particular correct temperature situation, sure, but when do we want to do it then for experimental purposes? Yeah, maybe we want to fill that thing and then empty it again. Turning these things on and off, this one step that I did like an hour ago, that was easy. That was reasonable as a test code. But to want to fill this thing up to a certain level and then empty it again, and then later only to do that when the temperature decision is there, that's not the right move, man. That's just too much work for a little test setup. But it's of course something you can do if you want to learn. But I mean, I think the best thing to do is to decide to make the temperature decision, because we can make that very easily and can also see very easily whether that works. And coincidentally, once we have made the decision, we can then go to the next step and actually use this thing here in this particular way. So in this particular situation, that's the best way. Alright, so we want to make the decision of whether the temperature is too high. How do we do that? Well, when you have now the temperature in Celsius, we could say branch to too hot. I will just do this here. Or should I use lowercase? I don't know. Room is too hot. Then we are running into the problem of potentially overlapping with existing terminology. Room too hot. I want to branch there. Why do I not want to jump there? Because jump is unconditional. It happens all the time. Branch goes there if necessary. Then what is... See, I'm taking baby steps here. Why do I not write BEQ or BNE or BNEALZ or whatever? Or ZAL? Why do I not do that? Because I don't know yet what I need there. In your head, what is it that you already know? Take those baby steps. So what do I know? I know the word temperature will be here because I have that as a register. Now, when the room is too hot, the temperature is too high. The temperature, let's say, will be like 30 degrees or greater. So if the temperature is greater than or equal 30, then the room is too hot. We can also say greater than, because guess what? These are floating point values. In other words, these are decimal numbers. I mean, do I need to know whether it's exactly 85 degrees? No. I don't need to know that. So, in general, I think when we're dealing with decimal numbers, we only care about greater than or less than, but not so much about equal. At least normally. I mean, it could also, basically, I could load, let's say, load from screw into R0 from screw 0, whether the, let's say, the screw 0 is a door. And I'm loading now whether the door is open. Now register R0 will be exactly 0 or exactly 1. In this case, a comparison with exactly 0 or exactly 1 does make sense. But in general, when we're reading values, for example, like temperature, I think we should rather resort to greater than or less than, but not to equal, or greater than or equal, or to less than or equal. So if the temperature is greater than 30, the room is too hot. And then down here we do some stuff, and then we go back to main. So what have I created here? I've created a branch. That's also why this command is called B. Branch. Branch down here, do some stuff, and then go back to start. Like blah 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 blah, make a decision here, and then the room is too hot, do some stuff here, and return to start, blah blah blah, you know, that kind of loop. But if the room is not too hot, then we will not branch, and then this stuff will be executed. So either this here will be executed, or that. So that's a tree that we're seeing here. This is the big trunk, and from that we're getting into one branch and into another. That's why this is called branch. We are branching, but I do not do it like this. I normally do not do it like this. What I do instead, Is cooling done? Because then I still have my nice main loop logic here. I mean, this is where the temperature stuff begins, and here the room is not too hot, and here the room is too hot, and then here the entire cooling is done, and ultimately in the end I will shove it together so it's just one block of lines. And so I have a block here that deals with the room cooling. Here I have a block that deals with setting the LED. Here I have a block that reads the temperature. See? And this way I keep order. If I would put the jump to start statement here, I would take the option away from me to do it like this. To have blocks here that do some logic stuff. This block does that, this block does that. That option is being taken away from me when I'm just jumping directly to start. It is a too tight implementation. It is too tightly coupled to the entire source code. And loose coupling is something that you should do in programming anyway, if possible. As in, try to be agnostic about the stuff that's coming in and that you're returning. Try not to spaghettify your code. Everything should be an island that can be visited from any direction and that can be put in any context. It will just work within its own framework, within its own thought space, but will be detached from the rest. So try to be abstract, try to be insulated. So that's why I'm doing it like this. Little logical island. I could also just say I create a subroutine down here that will be my logical island that deals with the room cooling. And then I'm calling this up here. That is also meaningful, and it's just a matter of style, of whatever you want to do. But I will stick with this for now. So start, yield, read temperature, show the temperature, and then we're making a decision here. Is the room too hot? Yes. Then we're jumping down here to room too hot, here. What do we want to do if the room is too hot? We want to pump some gas into the cooling system because that will cool the room. Okay, so we already know that. Here we have an active vent, and I want to turn that on, and I will call that vent cooling. So I go to the initialization down here, where all the spam is. I will just shove that together, why not? And define vent hash structure active vent. You should absolutely reread what you're typing here, structure active vent, because then you can make sure that you're avoiding stupid programming problems, stupid debug sessions. Precision is good. Vent cooling. Hash blup. Sometimes you see me do this first, when I want to think up a name or whatever, because I'm taking baby steps again. I already know that this needs to be here at some point, and then I can deal with the next thing. This is already behind me. This is a good approach, and generally in life. Go step by step. Take this. I mean, problems that you're trying to solve seem large, but two things. One, many problems can be separated into little steps, and every step might be easy, or most of them, so you can take them. And two, once you have gotten into the flow of doing something, like for example cleaning up your apartment, putting stuff into categories, using the dust devil, whatever, then you're in that flow. So that's two things to know about problem solving. One is just try to get into the flow of it, and two, try to take baby steps. And another thing, I think it's a bit off topic, but it just comes to mind, when you want to tell someone something in a story that you write, an exposition dump basically, or when you're explaining something to someone here, try to first create the interest, because this here is the Google or whatever box in which you type your search term. For example, heater. Here, the heater. You're interested in the heater, so you're looking up the heater. But if you're currently interested in building the outer shell for your station, and I keep babbling on about the heater, that's not something that you want to know. That's annoying. That draws out the video, and also you cannot digest that information. Your brain is currently not configured for that. But if you want to know, then that information should be thrown at you. Anyway, so we now have the vent, and what we want to do with that vent is we want to turn it on. So I want to write to that vent that it shall be on. Shall it be on? Yes, it shall be on. No, wait a second. Wait, this is the wrong line anyway. If the room is too hot, then we want to make sure that the cooling system is on. Does this mean we want to pump something into the cooling system? No. We probably want to pump something in there, but what if something is already in there? We need to find out what the pressure is in that thing. And that gets us to the pipe analyzer, which we have here. And I will give it a name. That is with anal cooling, I believe. The pipe analyzer for the cooling system. Just be systematic. Alrighty. I will now turn the pipe analyzer off and make sure that it's turned on via the initialization. So, write batch named to the pipe analyzer, be on. And this is not good. Export. Why is this not good? Because some idiot like me, for example, could go here and turn it off. And now I read a pressure value here of 0. So I keep pumping into the pipe even though that's not necessary, even though that's wrong. What can we do about this? Two options. One, we can turn it on every cycle. But another is, we can lock it. And that is where locking is indeed meaningful. I always lock my pipe analyzers. So, if I initialize my program now, see, the initialization has only been executed once. It's not executed every time. You know that. Still, I cannot accidentally turn it off. And I also prefer to write the lock statement before the on statement, even though between them is no yield, so nothing bad can happen. Or can it? What if the program, what if Stationeers will force a yield between these two, and some idiot, like me for example, walks up to the pipe analyzer and turns it off? If I first write the on statement and turn it off, and then it is locked, then it is now locked in the off state. That's a catastrophe, man. I mean, I know that this is not going to happen here, but this requires me to employ that knowledge. See, once again, try to perfect the thing that you're doing, that one thing that you're doing. Let it be perfect, because then you're safe from other things that might potentially happen, and also you don't have to burden your mind so much. It is now locked, so no one can turn it off. Good. Even if there's a yield in between somehow. And then I turn it on, so it will definitely be on. Problem solved. Next thing I want to do is I want to load from that thing how high the pressure is. I will just do that up here for no particular reason that I actually don't know right now. Because maybe I want to display the pressure also on an LED or whatever. So I'm loading into the register pressure, which doesn't exist yet, from this type of device. If it has this name, the kilopascals, and once again so. So let's create that alias down here in our little initialization block. And which temperature, which register need I use? R15? No, that would be bad, man. This one, of course. And what if I later have another one here, and then what if, for example, I put another thing here, and that would be R40. And I think, okay, that's disorderly, this one shall then be R30. Is that a problem? No, that is not a problem, because I'm only using the name in my source code. And the moment I rerun the source code, so this here changes which register has which name, everything up here will then immediately be blindfolded and deal with that particular stuff, except for one exception that you should know about. When you save your game, or when you load the game, or when you save and load the game, or when you restart the source code, the register content will have been memorized. So let's say you have actually used, like I showed you at the beginning of the video, the orbit command. Okay, that's bad programming there, orbit. To change the orbit time scale to something else from the standard. For example, to have eternal day, like I have right here, 0. Or on the moon, where we have 0.3, I do this. So I have 200 minutes, which is what I regularly do, because it's more realistic, more convenient, it feels better. Then you need to program the lighting for your lamps. And that's actually very easy. Because all you need to do, one register that counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. And you have a main loop, start, yield, jump start, and in that loop you count. And when that has reached 2400, then that have been 20 minutes. Why? A game tick is half a second. So if you want to count 1 second, there's 2 ticks. 1200 seconds is 20 minutes. I mean, 60 seconds is 1 minute. 600 seconds is 10 minutes. Then 1200 seconds is 20 minutes. And that's the day-night cycle of the plants. But you need 2400 steps because it's game steps, not seconds. So you need ultimately count 2400 seconds, 2400 game ticks. So you can basically make a decision, is it day or is it night? You have one register that says it's day or night, 10, 10, 10 for your plants, your made-up day, you know? Because ultimately your own little universe in that little room. So you flip the 1 to 0 or the 1 to 0 to 1. I can show you how that works. And then you count down from like 2000 to 0, which was the daytime. And then you say, okay, let's flip to night. And now initialize the register with 400. And then you count from that to 0. So, and if you flip back and forth, then one time you have a long count, and one time you have a short count, and both of them together are 2400, which is 20 minutes. So that's how I implement my grow lights. And the thing is, in this particular situation, we have 2 registers which need a persistent value. Like if I, for example, change something in the source code, for example, if that chip does multiple things, though be careful, don't make the source code too long, the game might force a yield and then your plant counter is fucked. When I want to rewrite that source code, then I will want to build on the register value as it is, instead of starting the counter over, because that will not be good for my plants. And thankfully that's indeed how Stationeers works. The registers are persistent. If I rewrite the source code, the registers will still have the value that they had before. And if I take the chip over here and put it there, same thing. If I use a new chip, that's different, because the registers are bound to the chip, not to the housing. Obviously not. And they will also be saved and loaded when you save and load your game. So they're persistent. And so that is why you have to take this here with the renaming with a grain of salt. If you change the name here of the register, if you say, oh, my pressure register henceforth is not 14, it's 13. Depending on what you have programmed there, that might be relevant. Alrighty, now we have the pressure register. And we're reading the pressure. And I would like to see that. Oh, nothing easier than that. Write to the housing that the mode shall be 0, which I think it currently isn't. Actually, let's not do that. Write to the housing the setting pressure. Is the vent being turned on? No, so we're safe. Right. And what do we see here? 0. Huh. Yeah, of course, the pressure in here is 0. Well, let's pump something in there then. A little bit, just a tiny bit. Oh, there's nothing in there. Great. Now we have gas in there and that will cool down. And on the moon, this is not the moon, we have an environmental temperature of 50 Kelvin. I don't know how that is here on Mimus. I assume it's also like that. But anyway, that's the temperature to which the gas will now cool down. Which means that this here is very meaningful. Because, I mean the passive liquid drain. Because, oops. Because once the temperature in the pipe network cools down to 0, to below 0, the CO2 might become liquid. And then it needs to go somewhere because pipes get damaged by liquids. And then it will come out here. And people keep saying, that's stupid, why do pipes get damaged by liquid? First of all, 60 megapascal, the maximum pressure of these pipes, is very high in the real world. 6 megapascals is the pressure that we have maximum for the liquid pipes, which can take liquid and water, it can liquid and gas. But the gas pipes here, they can only take a gas. A little bit of liquid is fine, but more of that will then hurt the pipes and they get damaged and they explode. But you can put 60 megapascals of pressure in there. In the real world, we also have a problem with liquids in pipes, depending on the application that we're dealing with and depending on the pipe. How so? Well, let's say we have a horizontal pipe, like here, and we're pumping some liquid through that. But that liquid is not the entire thing that's in there. We also have gas in there. So on the top, we have gas. On the bottom, we have liquid. And if we have some waves in there, then this can lead to some clogging that is temporal and will lead, depending on the power that is going through that pipe, to intense load on the machinery and even to breakage and all of that. That is why liquids in a pipes are not entirely irrelevant. And so, despite the fact, disconnected from the fact that it's also a nice game balancing choice to make things more interesting, it is also kind of real world-ish. Even though people keep claiming it's not, it is, in fact. Anyway. Okay, now we have a little bit of gas in there, and the program is still running. So what is showing here? Oh, okay, yeah, right, I rebuilt the circuit. But just for funsies, let's see what happens if I show on the housing that thing as a text. Probably complete garbage. Yeah, okay, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but maybe we can change the text. Yep, now it's a different text. Hello. Now this thing is cooling down the room and is doing so constantly. And well, while I'm programming, I don't want to lose all that heat. So let's empty that again. Now it's empty. Now I can turn it off. Would be nice if that thing would turn off automatically, huh? Yeah, that's the thing that we're going to implement here now. We have now found out that we're actually reading the correct pressure here. Let's do that again. Alright, I need to turn the mode back to 0, which is... Hey, did I... Right. I said mode 10, even though mode 1 is the one of text. That's weird, I made a mistake there, and this still worked. Let's see, can we see the pressure there? Yes, we see 36.2 kilopascals, and that's what we see here also. Decreasing because it's cooling down, obviously. In other words, we can now make meaningful decisions based upon the pressure. Alright, so now we can turn the vent on then, based upon some logic here, right? For example, whatever R0 says. And now we have to make sure that R0 gets some value that is related to pressure, right? For example, what about 500 kilopascals? So if the pressure is less than, if the pressure is less than 500 kilopascals, then we want R0 to have a certain value. You might think we have to do a branching statement here and then write two branch of program down here, one where we're writing a 1 into that register and one where we're writing a 0 into that register, but that is not so. We have this command. This does all of that. This means write a logic statement into the register. What logic statement? Well, obviously, if the pressure is less than 500, then we want the vent to be on. But we're not done yet, because the vent has a mode. And the mode decides what it does. 0 means outward. It pumps into the room, so it will not kill you with sucking the room empty. It will not take your atmosphere away. The default is harmless. And inward, 1 that takes your atmosphere away. There's possibly also a named constant for that I just don't know. Anyway, so I'm setting... Okay, what's happening here? I'm reading the temperature and the pressure. I'm showing the temperature on the LED. I'm checking, is the temperature greater than 30? Then the room is too hot, and we do this stuff down here. I don't yet know what else we will do, but let's first do this. If the room is too hot, then we find out, is the pressure that pipe analyzer of the cooling system has measured less than 500 kilopascals? Then this here will be 1. Else that will be 0. In other words, 6. I just wanted to show you something. This is a good way to remember that phonetically is sex, like fucking, you know, and so forth. So phonetically it's kind of like sex. What does this do? It writes into this. Can you tell me what this does? I will let this rest for 5 seconds. This inverts the number. If whatever is in here, like 7.5 or minus 300 or 1, is equal to 0, which the examples I just gave are not, then this will be 1. In other words, if this is 0, then we will have a 1 here. And if this is 1, then we will have a 0 here. This one just flips the bit. 1, 0, 1, 0. And it even works if this thing isn't yet, basically hasn't yet steered into the highway of your logic flipping here. If this, for whatever reason, is 1.1 or 700 or minus 300, that still makes it true that is not equal to 0. So, if this is not equal to 0, whatever it is, it will become 1. And if it is... Wait, if it's not equal to... No, what am I saying? If this is... you can also do this. This is not equal to 0. Snets! Snets! No, you want 6. You want 6. So, if this is equal to 0, that's true. If this is not equal to 0, that's not true. This is how we can invert this, and this is how you can deal with your daylight time of your plants. Anyway, so we have now used this very similar command, which reminds you of this, right? We have a bunch of commands here, but the S command is also in there, and it exists a bunch of times. So, if the pressure is less than 500, we will have a 1 here, and here we're telling the vent to be in the suck from the room mode, and here we're telling the vent to be maybe on. And it will be on if there's still low pressure in the pipe. And that's already the entire cooling part here. Because the cooling, it takes place by the gas being in there. And so the room, currently too hot, is pumping something in there. At some point it stops doing that. But anyway, we're still down here. The room is too hot, the room is too hot, the room is too hot, the room is no longer too hot. What do we want to do then? Oh, we want to empty the pipe. So we want to suck from the pipe into the room, and we want to do that depending on whether there's still pressure in there. So, if the pressure is not equal to 0, or you can also say greater than 0, I prefer greater than. If the pressure is greater than 0, because that's naturally where we're coming from. We're coming not from below 0, we're coming not from anywhere. We have some pressure in there that we're trying to lower. And if the pressure is greater than 0, then the pressure, this here will be 1. And so the vent will be sucking from the pipe into the room. And when we are through this logic here, we will jump down here. See that? What that is? That's the entire cooling system right there. We have 23 degrees. Let's cool the room down to 23 degrees. It keeps pumping and pumping, and now it's sucking that empty. Why? It didn't yet reach 500. Why? Because it's already cold enough. That's why. So let's set that to 20 and see what happens. We have a cooling solution. Have you seen how easy that was in principle? So it's full now, so to speak. See, now it keeps pumping because now it overshot a bit. The cooling itself meant that the gas contracted. And so now it's empty because the room is cold enough. That the gas contracted and thus the pressure lowered. And so we went below the threshold of 500. And so then this thing turned on again, like it does right now. Why? Because over here, the temperature is 22.1 degrees. It's not yet 20 degrees. So this is a dumb way to implement it. We should bring the gas sensor further away from the cooling. But how far away? Let's say I bring it into this very corner. Then at some point we reach 20 degrees and the cooling system turns off. But two things. One, the gas in the cooling system will cool down. Very cold, very cold. What we pump out here back into the room is not just some utility gas that is coming from some container. It's coming from the room, and so it goes back into the room. And therefore we are getting some very cold gas here in addition to the already cold enough room. And also, when it's 20 degrees over there, how cold is it over here? So the gas sensor should be not this close, but also not so very far away. Let me just implement that and show what that would be and how different that would be. But also, let me just disable the cooling system. How could we reasonably disable this? What's the best way to do this? Well, the best way to do this would be to have it in a subroutine. Because then we could just stop calling that subroutine. Currently, we have all of this stuff going on. Okay, now to do that, I could just say jump cooling done. And now you might think, hey, good programmer. I mean, if you would have come up with it. I'm a good programmer. I just came up with this idea of just, I don't have that in the subroutine, but I can just jump down here. That has the same effect. It has more effects. This here tells you that the cooling is done. Or it tells someone else. In truth, it's not done. So that is not the best way to do this. The best way, apparently, would be to implement this indeed in a subroutine, and then calling that subroutine up here, and then putting some comment in front of that to stop calling that. That tells you what's actually happening. You have a cooling system that's down there, you're calling that, in this moment you're not calling that. Or if you want to stop calling that, you just put this sign in here. That would have been better. And I'm just realizing this now, basically. So using that as a subroutine is better. Has the downside, of course, that you're wasting more lines. You need the line that calls that. Are we actually wasting more lines? I don't know. Let me just turn on the heating. Would we waste more lines? Let's see. We would have to jump to the subroutine, and at the bottom of the subroutine we would have to jump back to main. Like jump to RA, for example. The subroutine itself would need a name, a header, like this one, on top of it, like here. And there would be an extra line. This line would jump back to main, and this here would jump back to main. So we would have one extra line by doing that. Actually, two extra lines, because this line here right now, later it will not be in there. So we would have two extra lines. So while doing that as a subroutine is better in principle, it also wastes lines. So we have to make that decision. Man, is that loud. So let's place the gas sensor in a better place. Copy. Here maybe. And now what do we have to do? We have to use a labeler. Copy to clipboard. Because if we place the gas sensor again, that's white? I think I just found a bug here. Oh no, I did. It's just so dark here that it looks like gray. If we don't name it, then the program will not find it. In other words, this is the temperature that we're reading. 0 Kelvin. So what does that mean? It means the room is now cold enough. That's what that means to the program. When the truth is, it's pretty toasty in here, pretty warm. So let's say you would have a sensor assigned here and would be using this in your program. In that moment, if you cut off the sensor, there would be a bug here. The program would no longer run. You would get a warning, which of course also has the downside if you're doing multiple things here in your program. Then all of those things will now stop. So that's you have to decide what you do, and now it's cooling down the room. And once we are at 500, it will cool it down. We'll pump something in again, because the gas contracts. And now we have 535. Why? Because this thing overshoots. You can actually prevent it from overshooting if you so wish, because you can actually program these here, you can see that in the tooltip, to have a maximum pressure. And so you can basically set what the maximum pressure shall be on this side, and then turn it on for a moment, and then it will not overshoot because it will not pump more in here. That's elegant. I've never done this. But this one way you can do it. Okay, now we have a cooling solution here. The room is cooling down. And the room is being measured over here. 21 degrees. 23 degrees. 15 degrees. See, that's the gradient that we're working with here, and so it's a very bad, sad thing that Stationeers has not yet, I wonder if they ever will do this, implemented heat vision, where we can see temperature. I actually bought myself a camera with which I can do that, which costs like, I don't know, like $200. And I stick it on my smartphone, and immediately I can see the surrounding environment. I can see the heat. I can see the temperature. Okay, now we have 19-ish degrees where the gas sensor is. However, here we have 18, 20, 20. Yeah, so the gas sensor placement is better, I would say, because now it will use the cooling system less often, because now it has time to equalize. Maybe it's overshot a bit, maybe it's a bit too cold now, so we could place the gas sensor slightly closer here, but you know, those are the kinds of things that we have to consider. Alrighty, so we just programmed a cooling solution and explained all the things that are necessary for that. Let's go through the cooling system once more. Start yield. Load temperature, turn to Celsius. Load pressure. Show temperature, not necessary, it's just, you know, we want to do that. And with this in mind, maybe I should do this. Separate block, show the pressure, show temperature. And then here's the cooling system. This is the entire cooling logic. This says if the room temperature is greater than 20, we jump down here. If not, we just stay here. And when this block is done, we jump down here to cooling down. And with this here, too hot, is done, we also jump down here to cooling down by just completing this line. That doesn't have to be a jump statement here, obviously. So this is done, bop. Oh, this is done, bop. And then we can do whatever else we want to do here. And what do we do when the room is too hot? We want to pump some gas in there. First, we want to find out, is there gas in there? Yes, there is. How much? Well, is it less than 500? Then it's not enough. Is less than 500? Then we have the logic statement 1 in here. And that's the statement that we write to the on statement of the vent. And so it will be on. When the pressure has been reached, that will be a 0, so the vent will be turned off. We have 2 times the same line here. I could basically maybe put that line down here, but then the cooling down thing wouldn't work, because that's not cooling down, that's still affecting the cooling system. And, you know, but those kinds of considerations, that's not necessary right now. Alrighty, and if the room is not too hot, then we want to make sure that the cooling system stops doing what it's doing, and so we're basically doing the opposite. And this statement here looks different because I'm using the Z variant here. I could also have just done this. That's the exact same statement. Okay, now we have seen basically most of the things that I need to show you in this little programming video here. But one thing you still need to know, it is a third way to address devices that you don't know yet about. And that is by reference ID. Remember this? Let me just go up here and look there. This one has the ID 4843. And configuration. There's also the configuration cartridge, which the developers are not a fan of because it's not multiplayer compatible, and they do indeed see Stationeers primarily as a multiplayer game. Yes, they do. I have that black and white. Here we can see... I will just take the one in the corner so I don't get confused. We can see here the configuration cartridge is showing me 4847. And when I look at it with the... Here, 4847. So we can use the configuration cartridge, or if you have the authoring wand, which you can also spawn in your survival gameplay, why not? As long as you only use it to find out the ID. I think that's fair. I think that's fair game. You can find out what the number is, and then you know the identity of that device. Up here we can see that same thing again as a hexadecimal number. Like I said before when I was talking about mankind and number systems, this one uses 16 digits instead of 10 digits, and so the number here seems like it is lower, which it is, but the same kind of information is expressed. And that's interesting, right? To realize that this here is not actually the truth. That number that you just saw there is not the truth. This is not the truth, neither is this. This is a representation of the truth. And that's important to understand. Which also helps you to understand that a decimal number like 4.3157 and so forth is also not the truth. It's a representation of the truth. Which becomes apparent when you want to write down the number pi, which is infinite. So you keep writing and writing, you never finish, because you can never write the truth of it. It's just a representation of the truth, an incomplete one. Anyway, we have the number. Which one was that? 4847. S4847 on 1. There we go. I just turned, in particular and specifically, this thing on. I can turn it off again. But the main loop runs again and again across this command, so it turns that on again and again. So why is this not being turned off by this? Haven't I turned this off? Yes, but remember what I told you? These writers, they will not write when they don't need to. But arguably, now it needs to. This thing is on even though it shouldn't be. I mean, if you ignore the chip here, right? This thing should be off. I mean, see the switch, it is off. See, now it has written the 0, because there was a change here. But now there's no change, and so it's not doing that. So what did I do here? If you look here, you can see that the next thing that the programming language wants is for you to tell it where to write the information. To which device. And you can express that by DB, that is where the chip is housed, by D0, D1 and so forth, those are the screws, or by ID number, and this is the ID number that I just gave. I'm curious, can I also write that ID number into a register? Let's see. Creative tool, and I will 4846, 4846, 4846. Move R0 4846, and then write into wherever the register refers to. Let's see if that works. So what have I done here? Move writes a value into a register, just plain simply. You can also do this, I believe. That's hexadecimal. Now this is a different truth. It's the same representation, almost. I mean, not actually. That's why this dollar sign tells the computer what it is, and it tells you too. The representation is now particularly very different. Anyway, but okay, this is this number, and we know this number is correct. I've written this now into this register, and once again, the first thing that the command wants to know, where does the information go? Register, housing, register, device, blah 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 blah. Where does it go? And here it goes into the register. And what information goes there? This one. And this should theoretically turn on the second heater. Confirm export. Aha! Now we can turn on the first one, which is now no longer being forced on. But now this one is forced on. So now we have found that out. Okay, you might ask yourself, why does this exist? Why do you have like 5 different ways to do the same thing? What is this? Well, if you were more experienced, you wouldn't ask the question, because then you could answer that yourself based on experience. There are several reasons. One, the game has grown from 0 to what it is right now. So some things were implemented not in the optimal way right away, and so later they were extended. More options, more possibilities were given to the player. For example, this SB command, write batch. In the early days of programming in Stationeers, that didn't exist. We only had the batch writer. So you would indeed have to write to a logic chip, which then uses the batch writer, which would slow down the writing and would make everything more cumbersome. But anyway, interesting to know, this thing will show an error when this particular device here no longer exists. Like I said, the device that I have assigned here to the screw. The same happens when I do this. Currently flashing an error. Error, device not found at line 6. And now you will maybe be confused. Line 6, that's here. You changed this line. Well, obviously, the register is used here. This line doesn't care what number is in the register. This line cares quite a lot. Anyway, so now we have that situation where the room, where the cooling system is not working, because you can also no longer see the temperature refresh, because there's a bug here. So these are things that you have to consider. Anyway, interesting to know is what I wanted to say. The screw here works exactly like this direct addressing that I did there. When I say S... Shut up already. When I say SDB... Fuck off! When I'm saying SDB blah blah blah, it's the same as if I'm saying S number blah blah blah. This screw here stands for a number, and that number stands for a device. And, you know, Stationeers manages all those devices in its internal in-memory database and in the save game and so forth. Everything has an individual ID number. This cable network has an ID number, but also this cable part here itself, not this one has a certain number, this one has a different number. So I can assign a device here, and then this screw will stand for a number. And conveniently here you will see the device's name. And if I rename the device, here you will see the changed name, because the number internally, that's not shown to you. This is very convenient. It's for beginner programmers, these screws here. Well, when would you ever need the direct addressing? It's a bit tricky, and I don't remember it exactly. One reason would be, for example, you don't have commands for everything. Let's say we are loading batch named slot into R0 from hash structure arc furnace hash the furnace slot 0, which is the input slot, whether it's occupied. And since it's a batch command, we need to use this. See what I just did there. This will tell you if something has been tossed into your arc furnace, and then you can say write into any and all arc furnaces that have this type and this name on 1, and also activate. These 3 lines are all you need to automate your arc furnace. Now you can put it outside your station, put some chutes on it that then you can toss something into the arc furnace from inside your station, and it will come out again on the other side, again into your station. And all you need to do is toss the stuff. This is what makes that possible. This can also be done with logic chips, so 2 or 3, I believe. And this, of course, shows you that using defines is the more meaningful way to go. And also, if on that particular cable network you only have one arc furnace, which is likely because usually when you start building your station you use the thin cables which can maximally supply 5000 watts, and an arc furnace can use quite a lot of watts when it runs in parallel to your printers and so forth. You might actually want to use only this here, which makes this whole thing quite some shorter again, right? But that's what this is. LB, LS, or SS, LBS, SBS, LBNS, and SBNS. SBNS for some reason doesn't exist. Okay, fine, whatever. But I believe some slot commands don't exist, and there you want to use the direct addressing. Okay, it doesn't matter. Now you've seen some more details here. You have seen how you can address devices directly. Now we have one more thing that we definitely need to talk about, or two even. Well, first of all, let me just write the source code again, because then we see it's way warm. What? Oh, okay. What's the mistake? Right, this. Then we see that it's way warmer in here than it should be, and then the system can kick in again. Alrighty, let's look then at, for example, the active vent. Or maybe something simpler like the IC housing. Here you can see the IC housing has a mode. 0 is number, 1 is string, why 10 worked, I don't know, whatever. And here we have some logic values, and we also have some, we also should have some slot information here. We don't. Normally, let's look at the arc furnace then instead. Maybe that's a better candidate for this, what I'm trying to explain. Yeah, that works. So many devices will have that kind of information here, constructed from, of course, and then here the slot. Slot index 0, which I just use in that LBNS or LBS command, is the input slot, where you toss stuff in, and that is the export slot, where stuff will come out and then will immediately leave the arc furnace because it will be tossed on the ground. So that's something that you can look up here. And it doesn't have a mode, so modes are not written here. And then we have some logic values, and then we also have the logic slot values. Because you saw that I used the word occupied there, right? I was reading not anything of this. These are states, these are information of the arc furnace itself. Like, for example, whether it is on. So I was reading from the arc furnace's input slot information. I was reading whether the slot is occupied, and this applies to slot 0 and to slot 1. That's what this 0 and 1 here means. See, the moment you understand it, it's no longer clutter on the screen that makes you confused. Suddenly it's a map. It is knowledge. You might think, this is still spam, why is this written here? Well, or is it? Because the pressure can only be read from the first slot. Your jetpack has various slots, but only the first one has a canister. Alright, so I found out whether it's occupied, and if occupied is 1, then I just write that 1 here into the on and into the activate. So in other words, I'm even saving power. As long as that thing is not burning anything, it's even turned off. That's very convenient. Particularly even if you had some overload of your cable network, if there was a brownout, because, you know, your transformer was set to a value that was protecting the cable network, but you used too much power, then the arc furnace might end up turning off. So you ran outside your station, turned the arc furnace on, ran back inside your station, and then you used the automatism that you had there. Activate, activate, activate. But then you had a brownout, so the arc furnace was turned off indeed and stayed off. So it's very convenient to just write the occupied value that you get here to both. Not just activate, but also to on. Yep. So that was about the slots. But there's more here. And most devices have this. This here is the reference ID. What is the reference ID? That is this number here, 4846. If I somehow address, like for example, let's find that out. Here we have 6053. 6053. 6053. Currently it's showing 0 and now it is showing 6053. So the reference ID is the absolute identifier of the object in the world. So you now can even translate inside your program between or from a name, from the named approach or from the screw approach also, if you wish, to the reference ID. You can find out what the reference ID is that your screw is set to. You can also read the name hash, which happens to be the this is the reference. Okay, this is the name of the thing, and this here is the name hash that I'm storing in this value here of the gas sensor. So the value that I'm reading here depends on the name of the thing that I've given it. This is the absolute ID in the world, which doesn't change unless you deconstruct it. Then you will have the item again in your hand, and if you would somehow measure that item, which you can with some devices, you would find out that the reference ID of that thing in your hand is not the same reference ID that the structure had on the ground, and is also not the same reference ID that the item had that you originally had in your hand when you then built the gas sensor. And when you then build a new gas sensor from that, that's indeed new. The reference IDs will not be recycled. So what is this? The prefab hash? God damn it, all these numbers. No, it's very simple. This here is simple. This here is simple. And this is also simple, because what is this? It's that. The prefab hash is this number. So when you say in your source code hash blah 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 blah, you get this number here, right? Well, that number is this number. And sometimes that might be relevant, that you can read that stuff, that you can translate between this stuff and so forth. Then, depending on device, you have also the doors, for example. Let's look at the doors. You can, let's say the door is closed, so open is 0. Now you write to the door one time in your program that is not looping, open 1. So the door is now in the process of opening. In that moment, when it's the process of opening, open will already be 1, I'm pretty sure, but idle will be 0, because the door is doing stuff. Once it's done moving its door handle, its door slides, its door panels, then it will truly be open and idle will be 1. That's what that's good for. Here we also have the mode, which if you set that to 1, the logic mode, the door can no longer be operated by pushing one of those buttons, but you can read out the value. It's a bit complicated, but I can explain it to you here. If you want to build a manual AIRLOCK that can actually be triggered also by these buttons, it works like this. Let's say the door is open and the setting happens to right now also be 1. Just follow me here. And the door is in logic mode. I now approach the door and push the button because I want the door to close. What happens in that moment is that the setting value will be set to 0, whether it is already 0 or not. The setting will then be 0. The setting will then be the opposite of what the open state is. And if the door is closed, if the door is closed, it's 0, open is 0, and I push setting, then setting will definitely be 1 after that. However, setting may already have been 1. So if your logic is, and it should be, that you're finding out whether the button state, whether the setting has changed, then you need to consider that setting may not be, you need to initialize setting. When you're cycling your AIRLOCK manually and you know that AIRLOCK has just been closed, the door is now closed, then you should manually write the value 0 into your setting and afterwards then start comparing if setting has changed versus your memory of what setting should be. That is how that works. Okay, I mean, I could explain a lot more stuff about programming here, I guess, but I think that has been long enough, and you can tell that I'm kind of running out of steam because I have to really push to keep talking. That's why I miss speaking so often. Well, this tells you how to use the creative mode, how to use the logic chips in principle, and how to concretely program a coding system in Stationeers. I hope that if you don't know how to program at all, that this was good enough, because I really don't have a relationship to that anymore, because I've been programming for such a long time. But I guess that explanation should work. So, see you again next time.